Bože. Varu uzsākt? Vai?
Jā.
Ja?
Jā.
Viņš būs pēc pusdienām.
Viņš būs pēcpusdienā.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, so I am really happy to announce that the Future Leaders Forum has finally started. I'm very glad you're here. I'm very happy we have people joining us online as well. A little disclaimer I wanted to tell to you again and also the participants online that this is a place for thought-provoking conversation. If you feel like you get offended, please understand that these questions probably come from a place of wanting to understand. And we're here to break stereotypes, to connect. And I really hope you use your time wisely and connect with each other and have the most valuable time possible. And now I want to welcome Sigita Struberga to give you her welcoming remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Elizabete. I am Sigita Struberga, Secretary General of Latvian Transatlantic Organization. But I'm not boss in here. Boss is Elizabete, obviously, as you have noticed already. But I'm really happy to see you all here. Thank you for trust and using your time here in Riga. I hope you will find it valuable. In Riga Conference and Future Leaders Forum, as a part of Riga Conference, the very idea is the values we share together, values of democracy, values of freedom, and values which are very much connected with the hope that we can build a better future. Taking in consideration how challenging time it is for democracy in the world, if we look on the statistics, we have serious backsliding of democracy nowadays. And that's why I believe that this type of formats, both the Riga Conference, which you will join later, and also the Future Leaders Forum as important part of pre-events of the Riga Conference, is very much about reminding ourselves those values, reminding ourselves about the importance of cooperation. And I would like to say that to work together, so one is openness to new ideas, readiness to discuss. It doesn't mean that we have to have the same opinions, but we need to have this readiness to discuss, to find the consensus. And this is what I quite often miss when I hear our politicians talking about the red lines, talking, opposing each other in not the most nice manner. But what I always love about young people, young decision makers, young experts, and I read your motivation letters and CVs. I'm really impressed, and I'm honored that you did find time to be here with us. Thank you very much for that. And I really believe also that you are future heroes of a better world, more democratic world, and safer world. And take into consideration, again, the context we are living now with the war in Europe, with the war, with really serious, it seems that war also in Middle East, and so many other wars globally. It is so important to have this vision. As you remember, Martin Luther also offered the vision. And I hope that the discussions which Elizabeth tailored with such a passion And she really spent many hours to think what would be those topics which would be useful for you, would create good basis for further cooperation, that they really will work out, and you will support her with sharing your ideas, your views. And also I'm happy that we have managed to invite great speakers. By the way, some of them have been in your place, and now they are alumni. So I hope next year to see either in on Riga Conference stage or here as alumni. But also we have some amazing friends for years, like Balkan, sharing his passion with what he do. I can't imagine one person which you can't get excited with what you do. So, and we will have so many other great people, and not only in here. Please use all the time for engagements, for questions, for discussions, and the most important, use your time for networking, because what I saw from your CVs, you are guys who will make decisions, who will give expertise, who are our future. You know, soon me and Balkan, we will be pensioners and we will need some pension. And at least I wouldn't like to work for all my life. So we want to find someone who can take our place. And I'm sure you will be better. I will not say about Balkan, but at least me for sure. So that's why, please use your chance to network, to share your ideas, to find new friends, to cooperate in other formats as well. Because I believe that this is very good kick-off for future projects, for future joint initiatives. And the final point which I wanted to mention is that right after the events here with Elizabete, you will join also the Riga Conference. And as you saw in the program, besides of wide spectrum of discussions with the great speakers, where I encourage you to ask questions, to engage, to network during coffee pauses, also you will have two separate meetings with having coffee together. One is with our Minister of Foreign Affairs. She really wanted to be here today, but unfortunately she is in, not unfortunately, it is a very important mission in Moldova at the moment in order to support Moldova in pre-election time, together with NBA ministers. But then, as soon as she will return, she will be happy to spend half an hour with you to chat. And also, during the Riga Conference, you are invited to join same format with advisor of Minister of Defense of Argentina. And why we find it very important is that we see that in this standing against authoritarian regimes, we as transatlantic community, we have to be, from my perspective, more active, more engaging, and more respectful towards them who are in other parts of the world. And what at least I have heard from colleagues is that at some moments Europe remembers about other parts of the world only at the moment when Europe needs something. And I think that this is another dimension where we need to be proactive, and I'm very much looking forward for your proactiveness in discussions also with Argentinian representative. But those will be just two organized coffee pauses for you together with both of officials. But please, again, I encourage you not to be shy, to network with those people you will meet during coffee pauses, ask questions during the sessions, and please get as much as you can get from these discussions. And of course, your opinions are highly evaluated as well, because you are our future. Yeah, we will need good future for our pension time. But if seriously, yes, I wish you very good luck, great discussions, open discussions. This is really safe space in terms of discussing issues, maybe without online streaming, but there are so many discussions which can be online streamed. And also taking in consideration that I mentioned on online streaming, I also want to say great thanks to all those who joined online for the Future Leaders Forum. Some of those are those who didn't manage to come and they applied, but then there is another part of Ukrainian students who now are suffering in war in Ukraine, but I am really admiring their courage, despite of all the consequences around them, that they are connected, they are keen to hear, and they clearly express their will to be part of democratic world, to be part of independent nations family. That's why thank you very much, Ukrainian students, that you have joined to us despite of the obstacles you have. Now I will finish with my speech. I believe you have so many other more interesting topics to discuss. And I will pass the floor to Elizabete.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so now we're gonna have a little non-formal session on the agenda. I have prepared a little presentation for you. I hope you don't mind me sitting down. As you all know, I'm kind of stressed. We can put it already on the, yeah. Yeah, so about the agenda, these 2 days and the Future Leaders Forum in full. So today and tomorrow you are fully booked as being the future leaders. Today we have the whole day here, and tomorrow it's half day, and then we go to the Riga Conference together for those who want to. If you don't, then you don't. This evening we also have a discussion and a networking event together with the Embassy of Italy. It's going to happen right downstairs in one of the restaurants. And the networking event actually will have some wine and the people of Embassy, so it's going to be really chic and nice. As for Friday and Saturday in the Riga Conference, for these 2 days I will be here with you all the way. But on Friday and Saturday I will not be there all the time. However, I have managed to get 2 people to take care of you. If you need anything, also to organize you to the coffee breaks that we have planned. And they will come over here tomorrow so I can introduce you and you know the faces and you know who to trust. And then little disclaimers about cleaning up after yourselves. By that I meant when we go outside the room, if we have breaks, you can take the glasses you already have, you know, for them not to break and for us to keep this place nice and clean for all of us. And about the diplomas, both for the people participating on site and remotely, you will receive them virtually later on in the fall. I hope you don't mind. So yeah, I really hope we can make this place be really safe and really thought-provoking. As I mentioned to the people who are going to be moderators, I encourage them to make these questions thought-provoking and a little provocative for us to open up our minds a little bit more. So we can switch to the next slide. I'm going to torture you a little bit. I know you introduced each other already, but I would want for each one of you to tell me what's your name and where you're from. And then I'm pretty sure you will be able to share what institution are you from or what country, what profession you have later on. But I wanted you to get to know each other a little bit more with questions you may not maybe ask. So the second question is, if you could have dinner with anyone, living or dead, or a fictional character, who would it be? And most importantly, why? And then if you can't think of this question, the worst scenario is that you answer the last question, but I wouldn't recommend it. I would really want you to answer the first two questions. And so I will give the mic, and we can go in a little snake, and you can all tell a bit about yourselves. Sorry? Oh, yeah, sure.
I know it's really hard to be first. Thank you. We all like you. Thank you very much. Hello? Yeah, that's really cool. Okay, thank you very much once again. And thank you, Elizabeth, for the great speech. I am David Chakarishvili. I am PhD candidate of political science from Klaipėda University, representing Lithuania, but my roots are coming from Georgia. So I'm not going to develop my CV and talk a lot about myself. If you could have dinner with anyone, yes, I thought a lot about this, and my favorite person would be myself 5 years ago. And I would say everything, starting with my personal anxiety attacks, ended up with full and horrible crimes against humanity of Russia and Ukraine, and I will stare at myself on the face, how it will look. And what's one random fact about yourself that surprises people is that during the pandemic, I was a student in Charles University in Prague, and I went to the Defense Intelligence Department of Czech Republic because I thought it was a pizza cafe. So, and another fact is that I have flu because of the Latvian weather now. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who's the next hero?
It was very nice, and you actually took my answer. Hi, everyone. Sorry if I've been a bit delayed today. Is it working?
Yep.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. My name is Monika. I'm from the Czech Republic. Now I live in Prague. And actually, I would take myself to dinner as well, but at a much younger age, to explain to me some situation and just be there for me. Thank you.
I was waiting for the applause. No, for her, not for myself. Hi, my name is Urban Jakša. I'm from Slovenia. If I could take anyone for dinner, I wouldn't take myself. I'd take... does anyone know who Lee Kuan Yew is? Or who Lee Kuan Yew was? Yeah?
Former president of Singapore.
Right. Yeah. So I think it's probably one of the leaders that were... One of the leaders of medium-sized and small countries that were most influential in terms of domestic foreign policies, but also the influence they had on the foreign policy of other countries. So I think I could learn a lot from them. I wouldn't take, my first thought was maybe like Henry Kissinger or something like that, but I think you can learn a lot from his books, from his interviews, so I think he was quite outspoken, especially after he finished his political career. But Lee Kuan Yew is a bit of a mystery to me, so yeah.
Applause.
So good morning, guys. My name is Maxim Yaroshenko. Originally, I'm from Ukraine, but currently living somewhere in the world. In general, I would say that, first of all, I would like to thank all of the organizers for their great job that they did. And answering the second question, I think that I would like to talk with the AI 50 years from now, and just because of the fact that to see how it developed and how the world would develop with it, and of course it knows the answers for the most questions, so it would be quite an interesting talk for me. So yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Eris, and I come from Kosovo. I will choose the second question. The random fact about me: from yesterday's flights, my left ears is out of the control. So don't mind if I don't replay or anything, because it's out of control now, even now. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elkan. I'm from United States, Chicago, to be specific. I'm a foreign and defense analyst at an American Enterprise Institute for Policy Studies. If you could have a dinner with anyone, Kamala Harris, the first incoming United States president. The random fact about myself: I was 2206 persons of the year, Times Person of the Year.
Hi everyone, I'm Alberto from Italy, and I'm studying law in Italy currently. And if I could go have dinner with someone, I'd definitely choose Mario Draghi and talk about monetary policy. Thank you.
So hi everyone, I'm Anna, I come from North Macedonia. Because the beauty lies in the eye of the beholder, I would like to take out on a dinner the Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, El Guapo, but I think he's also a very, let's say, great politician, very much dedicated to social policies and the Sustainable Development Goals, and as a former national coordinator of the Agenda 2030 in my country, I really look up to him. And this is why he is my choice. I have met him, and really he stands up to the values he preaches. As a random fact, I would mention that once people get to know me, they never assume that I have a sibling. They usually have a perception that I'm a single child. So that would be it in a nutshell. Looking forward to connect with you all.
Well, hi everyone. I'm really honored to meet all of you here today. I'm Răzvan. I'm from Romania, but I live in the Netherlands, and I'm an intern at the Embassy of Romania in the Netherlands. And if I were to have a dinner with someone, which is the only question that I will be answering because I don't know how to answer the third one, I would like to go on a dinner with Robert Schuman and discuss the future of European integration from, the discussions that we're having today about, a military side to the European Union and so on and so forth, and hear what his opinions would be on that. And thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name's Rebecca. I'm originally from England, but currently working in Vienna, in Austria, for a think tank. And if I would have dinner with anyone, then I would be very interested. It's probably influenced by the fact that I'm watching The Chosen right now. I don't know if any of you know it, but I would like to have dinner with one of the women from the Bible, so maybe Mary Magdalene, because I think we don't know so much about her. It would be very interesting.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ferenc. I'm originally from Hungary. Right now I live in North Macedonia. I'm currently enrolled and doing my PhD studies, but besides that I came from the think tank world. I mainly focus on the Western Balkans and Visegrad countries. If I could have dinner with anyone, I would definitely choose either Gabriel Garcia Marquez or anyone from the future, let's say an average Joe from the future. And as for the last question, I love trains. I'm looking forward participating in this event, but I also look forward to going to the train station and check out some trains.
Hello everyone, my name is Maciek. I am based in Warsaw, Poland, but Baltic states are also very close to my heart because I studied in Tartu in Estonia. Regarding the question, the first thought that came to my mind was that I would like to have a dinner with a writer, just because I don't have too many occasions to sit down and talk to the writers. And the first name that came to my mind surprised me because it was Ota Pavel, Czech writer. I think it's because I am amazed by his works and also the life experience he had gone through. Thanks.
Hello everyone, cześć Maciek. I didn't know there was another Polish person here. I'm Małgorzata or Gosia from Warsaw in Poland, and I work at the Embassy of Belgium to Poland and Lithuania. And if I could have dinner with anyone, so the living part would be Lin-Manuel Miranda, and dead part would be Leonardo da Vinci, because I think they are both brilliant people, and I would like to pick their brains. And the random fact is I would like to learn all the official 6 languages of the UN. And the Russian is the only one that I haven't started yet.
Thank you. My name is Tatiana. I come from Ukraine, but I live in Estonia now. And I work for a think tank, International Center for Defense and Security, there, and added our magazine, Diplomatia, so everyone is welcome to contribute if you want to write something on the issues of security, defense policy, foreign policy. And on the dinner, I have also 2 picks. For the first one, I would love to have dinner with Barack Obama, because he shaped baby me and all my interests coming from the Obama generation of the world. And for the second dinner guest, I would love to have dinner with Vyacheslav Chernovil. He was a Ukrainian politician and could have been the Ukrainian president had he not been potentially killed in an accident. And Ukraine's future would have been different had he had a chance to lead the country. So, and I'm obsessive compulsive baker. This is the random.
Hi everyone, my name is Natalia. I'm from Spain. You actually both stole my answer, which is quite a coincidence, but I would say from living Barack Obama, and then from non-living Leonardo da Vinci, kind of the same reasons. And then a random fact about myself is that I love skydiving. So if there's any daredevils out there, talk to me.
It's like really hard to follow after you all guys. My name is Mother. I'm from Latvia. I guess I'm the only one from the local one. I have masters in diplomacy and history, so I'm really honored to be between you guys. We already exchanged some information before. If you could have a dinner with anyone, I guess we would have like big party, because the person I was thinking was Mona Lisa, because she's the most mysterious and most judged woman in the world, I think, and in being a field in diplomacy and actually in politics and like security, women are judged much more than men, and it would be just interesting to hear her story, her side of the story. So probably we would join you guys with Leonardo da Vinci. So yeah, thank you.
Hello everyone, it's so wonderful to meet some of you and look forward to meeting all of you soon. My name is Alex or Alexander, whichever you prefer. I'm from Canada. And if I were to have dinner with anybody, I mean, I'm going to sound like a broken record. I would have also said former President Barack Obama. However, because that's been said, I'll go with the classic answer of Martin Luther King Jr. I'd like to learn just how to sort of bring people together to drive social change, and of course, quintessential figure in the world history. So, thanks so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Stepan. I'm from Czech Republic, from the city of Brno. I work as a lawyer for National Cybersecurity Agency. And if I could have dinner with anyone, you all said very clever and smart answers. Since I can choose a fictional character, I would probably like to be a part of the feast in The Hobbit, where the dwarves feasted with Gandalf and everyone else in Bilbo Baggins' home. I think that it would be awesome, because I would actually like to enjoy the dinner and not talking to a politician. So.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't know how about you, but it actually helped me put together names with faces a little bit more. So I hope that helped you as well. Maybe we can welcome Balkan here and also make him answer these questions. Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. My name is Balkan Devlen. I'm from Canada, but born and raised in Turkey. I do a bunch of things, and you can find the CV out there, so there's no point in repeating it. Dinner, I was thinking about it. Fictional, yeah, I'll go with Gandalf as well. That's going to be fun. A real person, probably John von Neumann, probably the most smartest guy I've ever lived. You know, the founder of game theory, laid down the basics of computer science, contributed to quantum mechanics, a bunch of things on the side. You can find very, very few people in 20th century or before that actually contributed significantly to human knowledge and advancement of human knowledge. So, you know, I'd like to have dinner with him and feel more stupid as a result of talking with actual genius. So that would be my answer. All right. So I think we can. Okay, we have time. Great. I can spend about 20 minutes. What we're gonna do, and then you will do the work. So it's a little bit of a bait and switch because we're not gonna really do geopolitical forecasting. Initially, that was my idea, you know, to subject you to about a 45-minute lecture about the best practices of how to think probabilistically about forecasting geopolitical events. What did we learn, both from research that is carried out on judgmental forecasting, as well as in terms of the practical elements that has been going on since, especially after 9/11, within the United States intelligence community, in terms of practical applications of how to apply that to geopolitical events, and then make you sort of forecast a bunch of questions that are available. But I thought, you know, Wednesday morning, they're just meeting up. It's kind of a little too scholarly, too you know, cognitively demanding. So it's a good idea to start with something a little different that would expand people's horizons and create a little bit of a sense of where people are coming from, how they think about the future. So instead, what we're going to do is I'm going to sort of combine two tools that I like using when you want people to think about the future in an expansive way. One of them is one of my favorite tools that I really, really enjoy. It's called pre-mortems. It's a word play on a post-mortem. As you know, post-mortem is done after the patient dies, right? You cut it up, or whatever. You try to figure out why the patient died, right? A pre-mortem is something you do before you reach failure, before things fail. It is popularized by Gary Klein, a cognitive psychologist, and it is known by various different names. You can call it prospective hindsight. It's called, you know, backcasting, etc. But it is about imagining a particular future. It could be good, it could be bad, it could be ugly. We'll talk about that in a minute. And try to work backwards from that future. You're not asking, how can we get there? You're asking, we are there. This is 10 years down the road, 5 years down the road, whatever have you. What happened? How did we get here? Right? You try to write the history from the vantage point of the future. It's a slight mindset shift. It really helps, especially if you're making plans, because nobody wants to be the party pooper, right? You don't want to go like, oh, of course we'll fail and da-da-da-dee-dee-dee, when you're making plans and thinking about the future. What really helps, though, if you tell people, yes, it's 1 year from now, our plan's completely down the drain, we completely screwed up, what happened? Write me the story. And you know, everybody gets it. In 5 minutes, they understand the particular logic of this. It does not require secret handshakes and 6 years of education to do it, but it's a very useful way of thinking about possible futures down the road. The other thing, which we're going to sort of combine here, is a foresight game called hindsight. And you can add the year, hindsight 2030, hindsight 2035, whatever have you, right? In which you write down headlines from the future. But you start from the end and you get back down and write a timeline through headlines about how we end up in a particular future. So what we're going to do today is try to combine those two things. What I would ask you, and I will group you into 4 to 5 people, so we'll have about 4 groups. You'll do the work, I'm not. I'll get around and look what you guys are doing. What we're going to do is a 2-step process. Right? One, I will ask you in your groups to think about the year 2034, right? 10 years down the road. Sufficiently far enough so that there can be radical changes in the world, but not, we have the aliens and we're all living in the Mars, sort of future. The year is 2034. I want you to think 3 futures, right? When you get in your groups, I want you to discuss 3 futures. A good one, a bad one, and an ugly one. Now, good and bad, relatively understandable, and one of the reasons why I want to do it, and I'm intentionally being vague, is that I want to see what's your understanding of a good future, and I want to see what's your understanding of a bad future in 2034. It doesn't have to be security stuff. I mean, I do bombs and guns, blood and tears sort of thing, but it doesn't have to be all about security, defense, etc. It could be any aspect of the future as your group picks up. Right? What is a good future that looks like in 2034 from your perspective? What is a bad future looks like? What is a bad year? If you're in 2034, what would you say if you are in 2034 saying that, oh, this is terrible. This is terrible, right? And the ugly one, which is generally the most interesting one. Ugly, the way I describe ugly, is that it basically have 2 defining features. One, that you are locked in an irreversible path that without any hope of getting it out, right? If you think about it, if you think, up here, good future, and the bad down there, an ugly one is in which you're in a valley and you can't get up, right? You're stuck there. Things could be bad, but you can hit your feet and then jump, and things can get better. Think 1945, Europe lays in ruins. 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, it's a different Europe in 1955, right? Things can get back and then can get much better. Ugly one is in which you are stagnant, right? So not only is you're in an irreversible path where you got stuck and you can't get better, but it also permanently curtails humankind's potential, right? It's an ugly thing. It's stagnant, you can't move on, things don't seem to be working, and there does not seem to be a hope at the end. That's an ugly future. Now I want to see, of course, what you think as the ugly future, and what are the aspects of it that you want to discuss. So what I want you to do is, we're going to have 90 minutes in total for you to do this, and then you can come and present here, is to start thinking about the good, the bad, and the ugly. Talk within your group. Assign somebody as a note taker. Make sure everybody speaks, right? Don't have somebody like me who just yap all the time and take over the group. Make sure everybody speaks, contributes. What do you understand? What are the aspects of a good future? What are the aspects for a bad future? Right? You don't have to write sort of a whole paragraph of it, but maybe notes, right? Bullet points, right? These are the aspects of a good future. These are the aspects of a bad future. These are the aspects of an ugly future when we think about it. Try to be concrete in your answer. Again, you're in 2034. You're looking at the world. We are in 2034. When you look outside the window, what do you see? All right? Now, once you have those features, I would suggest going one by one, by the way. You have the good, you have the bad, and you have the ugly. What I want you to start doing is that write me headlines from 2034 to today. 5 of them, 2-year increments. Start with 2034. 2032, 2030, 2028, 2026. That tells me the story of how we got there, right? Again, headlines could be serious, coming from The Economist, or it could be, Daily Mail and The Sun, kind of sensational headlines. And again, it doesn't have to cover every aspect of it. You can leave certain things to imagination, right? There's an example. Like if you think about a good future, your 2034 headline could be the first AI mayor of San Francisco was elected, whatever, right? And you go, how did we get there? And then you can tell me the story of it through the headlines, right? 5 of them, 2-year increments. You got to do this for each scenario. The good, the bad, and the ugly. 15 headlines. A lot of them. And you can talk about it, how do you want to tell this story? And I want you to, once your time is over, I want each group, select somebody, to come and present what their vision of the good was. 30 seconds. 30 seconds for the bad, and 30 seconds for the ugly. And then give us the headlines, right? And what we will do is I don't think we can write them down, but I will want you to also, at the end, to vote for the best headlines from each scenario. Right? Don't vote for your own group. We're going to go with the honor code here. But I want to see what strikes you as the most interesting headline. Can be the most funniest one, can be the most terrifying one, insightful one, whatever have you. But I want you to vote for those headlines at the end as a group, as you present. So the timeline of it works. We have until about 12, and I hate to be the guy between you and the lunch. So we'll do about 90 minutes of this in the group stage. So take about half an hour for each scenario as you develop them. And then the last half an hour is when we will come and present and then talk about it. And hopefully you'll get a better sense of what your fellow participants think about the future, how they see, how they perceive what is good, what is bad, what they highlight, what they do not choose to focus on, what they think would be an ugly future, which stance are they taking from, where are they looking at the future from and thinking about those aspects, and get a better sense of your fellow participants. In this way, also get to know people's personalities a little bit. Who likes to talk, who doesn't, who has interesting to say, who is good at taking notes and organizing stuff. You will get a sense of that. Before dividing you up into groups, which I will do as any good person does in a completely random way, based on where you sit. Any questions?
Yes. Can you give us one or two historical examples of what an ugly future would be, just to make sure to distinguish it from the bad? Good question. I think if you think about an ugly future for a particular civilization, you might want to think about places where there is no recovery, right? Think about the indigenous empires in Americas. Aztecs are gone, right? Over. Yeah, their genes might be living around as the people, but as a civilization, as a culture, they have been exterminated and gone and over. There is no return from that one, right? That is just one example. But again, I think to me, and that's why I want to see how you differentiate between the ugly and the bad. To me, really the defining feature is there is, however a slim hope, there is a hope to be able to get out of the bed, right? You might hit rock bottom,
and then you can recover. In an ugly feature, you're not really at rock bottom. It's not. I mean, it's bad, but it's not like you lost everything and you can start from the get-go, right? It's about we can't get out. We are in this valley. There's no way out. We got stuck here, and our potential is permanently curtailed, right? We just can't go up. There's no way that we can go up. And I want to see how you actually make that differentiation within the group. Yes?
All the three scenarios have to be related to one, let's say, baseline? Or
No.
It can be, let's say, a good scenario, I don't know, I is impacting our lives in, I don't know, bad scenario, I don't know, European Union includes Russia, and ugly one, I don't know.
Yeah.
This like that, as the example, the Gaza Palestinians are smashed, and I don't know, since then, I don't know other nations.
Yeah, no. You can choose in any shape or form, right?
They don't need to be.
No, they don't. No. Nope. I want to see what aspects you are actually highlighting when you think about a bad thing. It doesn't have to be on, what will be the bad scenario in Indo-Pacific through a defense and security perspective from a Western style. No, we're not necessarily imposing a particular reading of it. Feel free to play. Right? That's kind of the whole idea of this, so that you can think about different stuff. Up to you. Okay. You want to talk about what would be best for humanity? We always talk about it, but you can also take a very particular stance. You can always look at, okay, what would a good future from a Western perspective look like? What would a good future from a democratic perspective would look like? Or if you just want to be subversive, you can look at, what would a good future from the Chinese Communist Party's perspective look like, and can talk about that, right? Whatever you feel like, feel free to do so. And if you have any CCP agents here, we'll figure it out too. Any other questions? Yes.
I wanted to ask a question, but then the ideas came that climate change is ugly for everyone.
You can choose whatever you feel like from your group. Okay, so let's group you. Let me see. So 4 of you guys in the back. 5 of you. These 5. 2, 3. Not exactly. You 5 will be one group, so you can be on this side. Yes, exactly. You 4, you can stay here. 1, 2, 5. So you 4 and you 5. So you're with them. So, No. You are with this, and this is the school. You are here. You guys are there. You guys are together. You guys are there, and you guys are there.
30 minutes for each scenario around Poland. Thanks. That's great.
to go outside the terms of the court without any consequences. Contributed positively, in fact, broke down a lot of barriers in terms of natural life science and the process of finding real solutions and putting that to the market. that brings in like
You know, it's around the corner.
like policies which are names like so many internal problems that their position is already weakened by if they just come kind of use not the scenario outcome, but it's not really either.
But in general, I would say that change world order might be either good or bad, then actually because it's just constant change. We know that
the reach of your science studies on climate change, inequality solved or here solved. You can get that report during area. Russia is change order. That's the approach. AI and US stable education is
you cannot deny we are waging that this kind of
If everything is with China, Israel, Russia, we have to cut off.
Or is the new normal on each continent is kind of or the ugly. So out of hope, getting out of the same thing. Permanent state of war, new access to people, but then already Ukrainians eliminated us culture identity, total anarchy and globally rapid morality, rapid change to the Pacific Islands, desert. If deserts are eliminated, that's what you know. That's like Palestinians are wiped out. Less change order. I don't know, AI takes over than we did after.
Some of them are irreversible by definition. Yeah, it is a consensus that if we reach a certain point, we cannot recover. So this is from this definition of being ugly. This is definitely ugly.
I mean, we could also combine climate change and war. Say, I mean, the athletes and the nation states right now, and include those climate change.
Shows the complexity of our discussion.
Just a side note, it was easier for this group to come up with the plan and the I mean, we spent like 10 minutes on finding out a good one, and then like maximum 2 minutes. So we hardly had
It's good to know what you don't want.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you can need it even more. Yeah. Okay. Which one are we starting with for the headlights? We have. Yes.
Like I really like the one with
Okay, so no specific date, but girls in Afghanistan. 4 years ago. So the headline would be girls in.
Wow. And you didn't use ChatGPT. I am impressed.
Okay.
Hey Siri, let's do this. Hey Siri, and then hey Siri, can you have? Hey Siri, what's 2 plus 2? Equal education. Access to I also want to do something with we don't need more education. You know, there is this song, we don't need more education. And we actually do need more education. And that can be, that can be the fact that I don't know, there is, let's say, this global understanding that this tool must be fulfilled in 10 years' time.
Finland, not anymore. Actually, public education.
Like AR. So because it's a headline. Yeah.
There is almost an AI over there. You just need to put the team into this.
Oh, they're capitalized the end.
Okay, your handwriting is so good. Funding for public schools or education. Yeah, I know something about maybe
for education funding, so each nation commits and the percent to education.
So higher percentages of the higher funding for
Because you're imposing the, you know, okay, now
roughly 4, because the kind of 2 and 3 can be combined as education and the AI. Higher funding for education. No,
Maybe let's pick up a country from among the developing countries which surpasses Finland. Or let's pick like a country which is now full of okay, it can be like a little bit.
Or a university somewhere in Africa is better than
For instance, yeah.
Coordinate,
change of rankings. Universities are
explain everything in the University of Africa is divided.
Oh, fair enough. It catches the idea, that these are younger society.
I don't know.
These are younger society. We can imagine that if they access to education and from younger society from older, there might be this kind of shift.
Can we out here the research possibilities that can research how that definitely the science support is reaching the global council.
we will not report on every kind of attack as we do now. It's not going to be sensational. It's going to be like, I don't know,
but it's this distribution is unfair, so we're in the world. Or China takes the lead, but that doesn't necessarily China takes the lead.
We know that this event is
Let's do something with China.
Taiwan is now part of China.
China takes Taiwan, US and Japan.
Yeah, but they do report top-down regulations.
We have the summary. Do we agree on this? So, hey Siri, are you
building process.
I've never heard Then you will explain.
the highest percentage of GDP ever? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that's picture. Yeah, that one is most some pictures are that it's on the line. It's something that we don't support.
So virus is eradicated, like non-interference, terrorist states, operation research,
It's going to be a better angle. Let me just move the table.
Okay, for the birth scenarios, we thought about a future where AI takes a bad way, and basically in 2026 we see an AI research from the defense companies that produce weapons. And in this case, an application of the AI to the weapons industry. In 2028, we see NATO that sets a new minimum standard for the spending from 2% to 10% of the GDP. In 2030, Russian AI kills the US president. So with the whole implication that this causes, then we have in 2032, China takes the lead on AI research in regarding the development of the AI weapon, AI-based weapon, and after that, in 2034, global alliance on the rise to tackle the AI development, to tackle the AI strength that in 2034 there would be. So this is the scenario. I think the headlines. Oh.
Which are the headlines? These ones?
So the very ugly scenario involves a destruction of the EU. There is no more EU. So in 2034, our headline is, "The EU is no more. Europeans return to the cradle of humanity," so European migration. In 2032, we see the far right saying, "Everybody home." Far right MEPs encourage non-EU citizens to return to their respective countries. In 2030, we say, "Far right loving Europe, we think not." In 2028, Dmitry Medvedev is elected as the new EU Commission President. Why is this? Because in 2026, there is a new peacekeeping impetus which allows Russia to join the EU. Very bad scenario, very ugly scenario in which Europe is gone.
All right, so your headlines?
The headlight is far right loving Europe, we think not.
Write it up now? Yep. Okay. So what was the, I'll let the others to jump in a minute, but what was the primary sort of driver when you were discussing different scenarios? How did you differentiate between that and that?
Well, we differentiated, we thought a lot about the global perspective or the European perspective, because we think there are very different scenarios, and we need to not only think European-centered, but we also need to think globally. In terms of differentiating between good, bad, or ugly, we thought about whether there is, well, any future development possible. So in the ugly scenario, there is no development possible for the EU because the EU is completely obsolete. In the bad scenario, well, maybe there can be some amendments made, while in the good one, well, it's a very positive and idealistic approach. I'm not sure if it's actually feasible, but it's a very idealistic approach. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions? I hope we were clear, not very unclear. All right, let's go with this. There you go.
Cheers. So in our case, we thought of an example that at least at first will sound familiar. So there's a new virus undiscovered that emerges, but differently from one that we've experienced recently, this one affects human fertility and the ability to reproduce. So, yes, exactly. So if you've seen Children of Men, that's one possibility, one inspiration, we could say. So it threatens humanity with extinction. So in terms of the good scenarios, and we've kind of imagined our scenarios from the point of view of humanity as a whole. So as a good scenario, the first headline would be that an unknown virus emerges affecting human fertility and the ability to reproduce. The second, it's a good one. It's a good one. It's a challenge. We view it as a challenge. The second headline, and this is our favorite one, would be that governments encourage people to increase reproduction attempts. So in other terms, people have more sex, which we feel like is a good thing. The third one is that conflicts diminish as states try to cooperate on medical research. The fourth one is that we make use of the AI, we harness the AI, which helps us with discovery and distribution of medicines. And the fifth one is that the virus is eradicated and that the cooperation between countries enhances and stays. The bad. So the first premise is the same. Yeah? There's a virus that emerges that threatens humanity with extinction. The second is that disinformation causes the people not to take the situation seriously, delaying medical research. The third is, and this is our favorite one, is that the UN Security Council addresses the situation and calls for immediate action. It's deeply concerned. It's deeply concerned. It's deeply concerned by the situation. The fourth is that the calls for solidarity move countries to cooperate. But unfortunately, the fifth one is that cooperation on cure development is late. But there is a chance that humanity can still be saved.
Human extinction.
Now the ugly. I really don't know if I should read this, but so the first one is the same, right? There's a new virus, humanity is threatened. The second one is that there's a panic in the stock exchange, there's disinformation, there's propaganda, all hell breaks loose. The third one is that this causes the conflicts to exacerbate, conflicts over resources, countries compete over resources and over medical research. The fourth is that the global population drops below the point of no return, so the humanity cannot be saved. And the fifth headline, and this is our favorite one, is the last remaining journalist cries for help.
Wow.
Thank you.
Nice, very nice. Write them down. Write your favorites one down, and if anyone else within your group would like to jump in, how you went through the process Why did you decide to stick with one starting point with the different ends? Or some of you can write that you can comment on that one.
Come on, guys. Don't let me down.
How did you come up with the fact that you want to start at the same starting point, but see how it goes in different places?
I see David wants to say something.
Okay. What was the question? What was the question? Yes. So could you please repeat the question?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. So why don't you give us a sense of why did you start from the same baseline and end in different scenarios? Like, what was the motivating factor there instead of going in three completely different ways?
Yes, despite this fact that Europe's brightest mind was in our group, and we thought a lot about that, it was very hard. It was very hard. We need some breaks during this the baseline, but this pickup process and brainstorming process was very interesting. But despite the fact that there was a lot of different ideas, the main principle was the same: to find out the solution. Everything bad, ugly, and good scenarios came from the solution. On the first step, we started up to find what kind of solutions can be, and then started to create and develop the scenarios. Also, yes, we also had this plan B for the questions, provocative questions, which we thought would become from the other participants. So, if you have questions, we also had the plan B solutions.
Excellent.
For the baselines. Thank you very much.
That should be a discussion over lunch.
And another thing, just quickly, in relation to this, I think that it's, and our group decided to choose this approach because it showcases how our decisions could influence our future, and how overall the cooperation, how the actions that we take on everyday basis, how they shape our future in general.
Excellent. Agency do matter. Nothing is necessarily preordained unless you're a Calvinist. Over here.
Okay, guys, I will try to be fast and efficient. A little bit different from first group. We have more, let's say, positive look at the EU. And in our good plan, we have 5 headlines. So the first one, 2026, Balkan support boost EU defense industry. 2028, Ukrainian victory, EU doors open. 2030, end of war brings new vision for Europe. 2032, we are Europa. Poll shows majority satisfaction with EU membership. And 2034, New Deal for EU, meaning that we understand that the EU needs to change if we accept more countries. And yeah, that's short and sweet.
What about the
Ben? We are doing teamwork.
We're each doing one part. So for the bad, we kind of looked at it from a bigger perspective of, okay, what do we want to happen in 2034 in this worst case scenario? And then we made our way back. So starting in 2026, we have democracy in landslide as our heading. For 2028, we have borders closing, alliances falling. For 2030, we have world trade suffocating under pressure. In 2032, we have civil war, now an epidemic in 40 countries. And for 2034, it's begun World War III.
Nice.
So,
well,
that,
nice.
I don't know if nice is the right word, but.
Okay, this was just bad. Now we are getting ugly.
Yes. This is the
So, yeah, because there is always a way back from any war. So if it's not nuclear. But in the ugly scenario, we focused on climate change because we think that it's something that it's hard getting back from. So 2026 headline is Paris Agreement on fire, if it is not already. But basically, most of the states refuse to even talk about environmental problems because of conflicts, wars, economics, stuff like that. So it's just not an important issue. 2028, climate change devastate global agriculture. Basically, we see famine and outcomes of our decisions in states across the world. 2030, last expedition for scientists to Arctic. So we already see melting of the ice caps and icebergs and everything. 2032, going down like Titanic, 20% of countries underwater. So because of all the ice caps and glaciers melted, we basically see that some parts of the Earth are inhabitable. And 2034, Earth's final curtain call. It's hard to pronounce, but basically, due to predictions and AI, we are sure that we have several last decades on Earth, and then we are gone as a civilization.
Awesome. Great. So what was your thinking to take different approaches for like focusing on climate change on the ugly one, the EU getting its act together for the good one, and etc. What was your thinking?
The idea behind it was Oh, I understand. I think the idea behind it is you sort of have to, I mean, you look within your sort of microcosm, you look within the context that you're operating in. We're in the European Union, so naturally. And we're sort of in a global environment, so we need to also understand what's happening not only in this region, but then in other regions and then globally. And so we started off microcosmically, grew macrocosmically, and tried to understand the political and economic dynamic that's happening in the European Union and how that ultimately shapes the region. But then fundamentally, as you sort of zoom out, what can we expect with other countries and other regions, and how does that then spill over into the region? And then you have sort of these more sort of omnipresent issues like climate change and sort of how they will affect every single country in their own unique ways and how that all sort of blends together. I think that was sort of maybe the ethos behind our answers.
The last group.
So first off, thank you to our wonderful group. I will present the kind of main body, and then Anna will present the titles, because she's the expert on the title situation in our group. So first of all, we noticed that it was much easier for us to kind of think about the doom scenarios, the bad, the ugly, and coming up with the good solutions was the last part, really, and more problematic than we were expecting.
Nobody watches utopia movies. Everybody watches dystopia movies, right?
We turned out to be realists / pessimists in our group. Very easy to go to the worst case scenarios as we were thinking about it. But also, as we were thinking about the possible problems, we were thinking how to make headlines that would be more general, that could encompass more issues, because we were thinking, as other groups, AI, climate change, wars, terrorists, and kind of everything. And we were thinking how to combine those. So for the good, we chose as the main kind of driving force, the UN Sustainable Development Goals on quality education is fulfilled. Very ambitious.
By the end, I presume not by
yes, yes, that would be a wonderful thing to have. And here we were thinking about Afghanistan, so getting the that's what Anna would be saying later. We were thinking about use of AI in schools, whether it can be useful and how it can be useful for everyone. Increasing the funding for education and research, change of rankings of global universities, and a kind of idea that maybe the teacher's job is more appreciated back in the future. And here I will give the floor to Anna for the titles.
So the first one is Taliban out, girls in. Next we have education spending hits record high. Then Miss AI, are you my cover teacher? Shortage problem solved. Then Ivy League moves to Africa, and global generation teacher.
Yeah.
So that we save time.
For the bad scenario, we were thinking about conventional war is the new normal on each continent. We couldn't include in 5 titles all continents, but I think you will get the idea. We were thinking that the nuclear powers are accepting new members, and kind of growing here. Terrorism is on the rise and kind of became the new normal as well. Then we were thinking about Taiwan, so China takes over. Our current situation, so the war in Ukraine and the kind of continued war in Europe, and whether that involves more involvement from the European side or not, that can be led to your interpretation. And that in Middle East, Tehran joins the... no? Come back? Oh no. Okay, woo. Saved. Don't click on anything extra. Yes. Okay, Tehran would be joining fully the war in the Middle East. And Anna, who are the titles?
So the titles, Palestine, and then there were none. Then Pacific Islands underwater. Then books burn again in Europe. Then Sahara on track to double. And finally, the League of UN Nations.
Combine the worst of two. Awesome.
And here, once again, we were thinking about how to combine kind of climate change, climate refugees, wars, and kind of everything there. And the ugly scenario would be that Anna, you're at the other scenario. You're at the ugly titles. No worries. For the ugly one, we have the nation states that are wiped out due to war and climate. So a hint already was given from Anna, but no worries there. So we were thinking about, for climate change, the kind of rise of water in the oceans. For the title on burning books, we were thinking that Russia might ban the use of Ukrainian language, destroy the books, and kind of try to wipe out the idea and identity of Ukrainians. For Palestine, the ugly scenario would be genocide is fully successful. For the League of EU Nations, that the UN would cease to exist as it is now. And for the Sahara to double in size, that would be the more extreme weather disasters that are happening and the rise of climate refugees. And here, yes, yes. And you can read the titles for the nuclear one. Yeah.
Tehran is all in. Then China takes Taiwan. Nuclear club keeps growing. Europe enters the 10th year of war. And Times Person of the Year, a terrorist.
Surprising. It might actually happen even sooner in 2024. So, what was your thinking in terms of particularly differentiating between the ugly and the bad? And also, how did you find trying to come up with a good set of scenarios? Like what was it was just generally difficult to think about good stuff. But how did you come up with that one? A couple of minutes.
Yeah. Again, as Gosha already said, it was much easier for us to imagine bad and ugly scenarios. But the general observation, at least I have, is that, you know, the future is driven by uncertainty. So when we discuss those bad and ugly scenarios, we talk much more about broad processes, like what can happen. That's why we try to, under each scenario, put events from different parts of the world, because everything is like interconnected. Yeah. While when we were discussing a good scenario, I think, put ourselves in more today conditions. So that's why we were able to think about much more concrete scenario we finally chose, which is this about this one of the development goals. Yeah. So that I'm not sure if I'm fully answering your question, but those are like the observations I got.
At least it was a concrete thing that you can actually latch onto and then say, if this happens,
without you know, a drastic changes in, I don't know, world system, institution structures, you know, the world we basically know today. Yeah, while when we were talking about the bad and ugly scenarios, it was much more about, you know, huge changes, yeah, in the world.
Excellent. Well, we only have 2 minutes, and I know you guys want to eat. So let's vote. What I want to do is just, you know, I'm just going to read very quickly on each part, and then you know, raise your hands if you're voting for 1 or 2, 3, or 4. Do not vote for your own headline. All right? Under the code, I'm not going to go as, oh, that was your headline, and whatnot. But do not vote for your own. Be nice. And then I'm just going to write down the things. Put the flowers in the guns. It's time to save the planet. The second one says, well, government says, have more sex. Well, they keep saying that anyway. We are Europe. Polls show majority satisfaction with EU. Well, that's very optimistic. And the fourth, Taliban out, girls in. So let me see the hands for number 1. 3. Okay. Number 2, government says have more sex. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't count you. I think we do have a winner. We are Europe. Polls show majority satisfaction with EU membership. Oh yeah. Just want to put it up there. Taliban out, girls in. Okay. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Too late. You already voted. All right. So we do have a winner, barely passing the less and more sex part. Bad. It's good. It's good. Not particularly sure about it's good for the future of humanity, but the bad. Russian AI kills U.S. president. Designated survivor to be appointed. There's always a designated survivor. UN Security Council calls for immediate action on, I don't remember what, but they always do. So, World Trade suffocating under pressure. And fourth, Palestine. And then there was... Oh yeah, this is Times Person of the Year, a terrorist. So we just actually switch this one up. Okay, so let's see number 1. Russian AI kills US president. Let's see the hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. UN Security Council calls for immediate action. Could be the, you know, the title headline tomorrow. Okay. World trade suffocating under pressure. Hence, 1. Going once, going twice, done. And Times Person of the Year is a terrorist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, you vote twice. You voted for the president. So 7 to 7. So we got 2 groups here. Interesting enough. Is this all? Okay, so that's gonna be the 6. Then we have 8 here. So we do have a winner. The ugly. Far right loving Europe. We think not is, well, that's an ugly one. The second, the last remaining journalist. Help! Nobody's listening. 3, going down like the Titanic. 20% of countries under water. And lastly, Palestine. And then there was none. So let's go with the far right loving Europe. Let's see hands. Nobody loves Europe. The second, the last remaining journalist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Going down like Titanic. 20% of the country is underwater. Okay, I think we have a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think there. And Palestine, and then there was none. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we do have a winner too. Excellent. And that wraps up our exercise, and with just 2 minutes over. So thank you very much. I hope you guys enjoyed it and get to know your friends a little bit, and see you at lunch.
Before you go, can you please take your glasses and cups and put them on the little table right there? And Balkan, thank you very much. A round of applause again, please. Yeah, and we're going to the lunch together, so you can already start gathering right there. Yeah, you can leave your stuff here. Nobody's gonna come in here, so.
who is on the opposite side for them.
But which means that the opposition is not there.
Yeah. It is interesting because once I talked with the leader at Riga Conference, he has more critical views than normal. Yeah, so that's why it is interesting.
Okay, so we're starting back up. I hope you had a good, relaxing lunch. I will give the floor right away to the panelists, moderators, and interviewees to explain what this talk is going to be about and to introduce themselves. So give them a big round of applause already.
Thank you very much. First of all, we're going to introduce ourselves. After, we will have some questions regarding the sanction regime. And in my opinion, the most important is the interactive part. So think on questions, because the questions from the side of the audience are the most important in such a discussions, and to explore new knowledge. It is the crucial point why we are here. So first of all, dear ladies and gentlemen and future Leader Forum participants, I would like to welcome you on this, let's say, interview or discussion with you, between each other. And we have Ilse Snotina here, a lawyer, distinguished lawyer from Latvia. Right now she is living in Latvia, and she has quite a huge experience regarding money laundering, fraud, corruption, and sanctions. So mainly focusing on financial crimes, 2.5 decades, as I know, and 2 decades at Big Force. So not just in public sector, but also in private sector. That is quite crucial, in my opinion, in such cases. And what is most important, that from 2018 till 2022, she was the head of Latvia's Financial Intelligence Unit, where they established some kind of a financial crime prevention system. Hopefully it works well.
It is working
Okay.
well. I will explain in details a bit later, yeah.
Great. And right now she's a management board member at ASTAS, Latvian Transmission System Operator, and she's a lecturer at Latvia's University of Latvia. My name is Barnabas Heinz from Hungary, a journalist, international relations expert. Do we have participants from Hungary right now? Oh, great. At least one. Okay, actually I'm quite surprised. So, let's start with some introduction. And if you can think it over, what I'm trying to say, if we are thinking about the sanction regime on Russia imposed by the West, United Kingdom, US, EU, and also some other states who are in alliance with this, let's say, global West, South Korea or Japan in this case, Australia. And if I am reading some general comments or comment sections in Hungary, under articles about financial breakdown, inflation, and other stuff, I can see that normally the ordinary people, the everyday people, have the feeling that the sanctions imposed by the West towards Russia are more harmful to Europe than to Russia. Of course, it is some kind of a disinformation, but it is a feeling, and it is a general atmosphere. And not just in Hungary, because if I'm checking the comment sections of Le Monde in France or Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung in Germany, let's say that 30 or even 40% of the comments are the same, and they have that feeling and atmosphere that we are not on the right track. And in this case, the question arises that how should we assess the sanction regime towards Russia? What went wrong and what is efficient in that case is how can we explain to the people, to the mass of the people, to the audience, to the citizens of the Europe what is happening right now in our geopolitical situation. And in this case, during our discussion, We're going to focus on the sanction regime, the NATO economic and professional role in this case, and also about some facts and some perspectives what to develop. And in this case, my first question would be that if we are thinking about the European Union in general, it is some kind of economic and political cooperation with a slight defense perspective. Regarding NATO, the situation is the opposite. It is a security and defense cooperation with a slight economic aspect. Investors and FDI normally are obsessed with security in every cases. So in your opinion and based on your experience, how does NATO protect the business and financial environment of our region?
I think you raised so many questions already, so I will try to list them down. But first of all, I just wanted to reiterate and kind of like introduce me once more why I'm here, because I think most of you most probably will ask the question, or already are asking the questions, why this old lady is sitting here, because you said that I was for 2 decades in Big Four, then sometime in public sector, which means that I should be some 100 years old or something, which is not true, but anyway. So my first experience, I'm a lawyer by background, I'm attorney at law, which means that I have represented different clients. In most cases, these were foreign investors here in Latvia. I worked, as Barabas rightly told you, as the partner with Deloitte, leading legal and forensic sector, which quite smoothly led me into the investigations on the money laundering, on the fraud, on the insolvency cases. And then at some point, the law firm that I led started to focus its attention to the financial crime. At some point, we were the only law firm in Latvia that were able to provide assistance to the government on the, for example, national risk assessments on money laundering or counterterrorism financing, or the sectoral risk assessments when you need to really understand what kind of risks you have. During those assessments, we realized that Latvia, where all of you came here and just some of you live here, Latvia is in the situation where illicit financial flows from Russia, from CIS countries, which are, you know, Ukraine, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and some others. They are coming from these countries through Latvia in a transit way and going towards Western countries, Western Europe, US, some other countries. And basically, because we were in the EU and our banking system should comply with EU regulations and directives on anti-money laundering, it was meant to be so that our banking system is able to understand which financial flows are illicit, which are not, prevent illicit flows from transiting further. But that was not true. In our case, we became a country, as I'm saying, that like we have this famous saying about Latvians, the country that sings, because we really like singing. We have our singing festivals, and this is really like big event. So we became a country that launders or washes the money, if we may say in that way. And our banking system not only facilitated the money laundering by not seeing what's happening, but also some of the banks were created just for the money laundering purposes. Basically, they were the laundromats itself. So which means that this particular region was, and not only Latvia, it was also, at some point, it was also Lithuania. Then Lithuania switched to the fintech. Some companies that, due to the Brexit, came to Lithuania and established those financial technology companies there. Revolut. How many of you have Revolut cards? Okay, quite a lot. So Revolut, if you know that the founders of the Revolut was Russian guys, very, very connected to Gazprom. So this company firstly created or established in UK, then moved to Lithuania, and that is kind of like scene where we are living. Estonia and Latvia continued to launder the money through banking system, and then at one point in 2018 we faced a huge scandal. U.S. Treasury, which is the like foreign countries agency, announced that our third largest bank became where orchestrated money laundering, and in a way it sanctioned this bank, saying that if any of U.S. banks will continue its operations with ABLV, that particular U.S. bank will not longer be able to really to operate like in the normal, regular terms in their domestic market. That led me, this scandal, which basically not only blacklisted this bank, but also Latvia as the country that allowed this situation, that led me to think that it's time to switch from private sector to public sector. So I became a head of financial intelligence unit, which is the unit that receives and disseminates suspicious transaction reports. How many of you have heard what is FIU or financial intelligence unit? 2, maybe 3. Okay, so in other countries, FIUs are not really very important agencies. Not in our case. When I became a head of FIU, I not only led this process, but also led the process of reforming the whole AML CFT system or anti-financial crime system here in Latvia. I also led the delegations to FATF, which is Financial Action Task Force, the main body responsible for AML matters, and also now for sanctions, and therefore that's important. I also led the delegation to Manival, that is regional body that assesses the country's ability to implement the effective AML CFT system. And we reformed Latvia's AML CFT/sanctions regime in a way that we became the first country in Europe that fully implemented all the recommendations by FATF and Manival, by FATF. These are 40 recommendations. And very important, by this reform process, that is kind of like to implement something, it's technical. Like you adopt the laws, you start to execute them, and you may say, tick the box, we did it. But that was not enough. We had to really start effectively implement this system that we created. And that was the reason that we showed or demonstrated how effectively we do that. First, we were not blacklisted, or the correct term is grey-listed by FATF. Grey-listing means that this body, international body, under the auspices of OECD, it says this or that country cannot implement effectively its AML CFT regime. It should be grey-listed, which means that the IMF has calculated it means billions and billions of lost investments, of GDP that decreases by a certain percentage. I unfortunately don't remember exactly how many it was, but I think it was 4%, but I might make a mistake. So grey listing, it's something that is not a nice thing to have. Right now we have several countries around the world that are grey listed. For example, in Europe it's Croatia, it was Malta, it's Bulgaria right now. Some other countries that we may say, but in Europe, we would be the first one who would be grey-listed. By the way, Hungary was also on its track to the, so we sit here by having some kind of like similarities there. Yeah, and we escaped this destiny by showing or demonstrating how well we implemented the system. Why I'm telling all of this? Because when 2022 came, and I mean February 2024, for us it was super easy to switch to this new environment where sanctions became basically a king. When we faced a tornado of sanctions, when we had to have a or collaborative environment in place in order to share the information between public and private sector, between public and public sector, really to freeze the funds that that belong to some designated individuals or companies. We did it very fast, in a very fast and very effective manner. And I think Latvia is the most effective country in maybe in the world, but definitely in Europe, how we implemented those sanctions. Moreover, and now I'm coming to this question that you asked me, not only we felt that we had this network and this system in place that allowed us to really to implement the sanction regime effectively, but we also had this understanding that although sanctions might feel as a bit of soft tool against aggressor, when people are killed and when the country like we felt that the refugees are coming to other countries, that we've seen those tragic moments in TV or in social media, but that was not only this one. We felt that sanctions will help us in the long run, and if we will not do that, it means we have to put forward some military forces or some other means how to respond to this aggression, because we cannot be silent. And of course, here in this region, in Baltic region, it's very, very obvious for, I would say, for most of the people, because we have very, also the same as in other countries, we have quite divided society, but in our case, in Latvia's case, it's, again, I will not use the very precise numbers, but something around 35% are Russian speaking. So which means that it is about the mentality, about the how you feel about the one or another issue, political issue. But it was very obvious for this, the people of Latvia and Estonia and Lithuania, when Ukraine will lose, we will be the next. So that's obvious. And now coming to the question whether we will suffer from use of sanctions, of course we will. And this question about how much we have calculated what will be the opposite effect to the countries that implement the sanctions. But again, and of course we can speak, like we can go very broad, we can go into the direction that we would, most probably you are like, compared to me, very young, but I would remember when I was so young as you are, that was the time when, like, I was 10 when Berlin Wall fell, no, 11 when Berlin Wall fell, and it was time when, if you know this very old but still famous song, The Wind of Change, when people tried to be as united as possible, as collaborative, without any borders, like globalization, all those nice things that we were raised with, and I studied as a lawyer, was the idea that how united we are and how good it is that we don't have those, I don't know, glass or brick or whatever, like walls or I don't know, iron curtains or whatever. Right now it's different. And the countries around the world have so divided, and we see that the global south and global north, and we know that, for example, how many countries, you most probably you know, because you are like students or ex-students of politics. Do you know, like percentage, how many countries implement sanctions against Russia and how many not? Like, or like 1/4 or like, if we say 200 countries in the world, how many of them are for the sanctions? Like, name the number. Very correct. It's around 50, like 1/4 of all the countries around the world are in the position that the sanctions are a good idea. All others, no. And this is very, very interesting thing, because it's about mentality, it's about the culture, it's about our ability to really what we can offer to those countries that do not believe that this is important tool in order to still continue this, at least to some extent, this order that we've had a few years ago. But anyway, for us, I think it's very important to understand that no other generation had lived so well as we are living right now, and to have those small, really tiny, non-satisfactory results of implementation of sanctions is just ridiculous to complain about this, because we speak about the balance between the peace, our ability to still be in our homes, our ability not to go away as the refugees, our ability to still enjoy, I don't know, Friday evenings in parties, not being killed, not being forced to go in the war. So that's my answer.
You mentioned the rest of the countries who are not on sanctions, and they tend to say that right now in the world there is, let's say, a clash between West versus the rest. And actually, I have some numbers. Right now, Russia is the most sanctioned country in the world, 20,000 sanctions. North Korea has 2,000 only, 10% in this case. In North Korea, the regime is in power for 7 decades. Kim Jong-un is in his chair. But also in case of Iran, Khamenei Ayatollah is in power for decades, and the regime is in power for 4 decades right now under pretty tight sanctions. They are the second on the list of the most sanctioned countries. So you mentioned that we must assess the whole, let's say, sanction regime on a long run. What are the most important aspects in this case from a professional and financial point of view?
I don't think that I'm able to answer this question. I can just express my opinion of what is important to understand.
We are here for opinions.
Yeah, I think that's for more clever people than me. Anyway, so of course we have to admit, and I wrote an article, I think it was almost 2 years ago, that in case we will not harmonize the laws around the world that would allow us to really implement sanctions evenly, because that's very different in one or another country. I don't know how many countries are represented here, but most probably all of you have some opinions on how effectively the sanctions are implemented in your country, which depends on very many aspects, but let's concentrate or focus just on Europe, for example. 27 European Union, 27 countries, 27 different approaches how to implement those sanctions. So that's one thing. There's no centralized and harmonized approach how to implement sanctions. Even, and if we speak of transatlantic, like this scale, that's the same. We have, imagine from the financial institutions or FIU perspective, or whomever is responsible for sanctions oversight of the sanction implementation, let's say, let's put it this way. If US, UK, and EU are all at the same time, say Japan and Canada, and who else is then sanctioning or designating, all of them are basically designating the same people or same companies. But these are different sanctions. All of them should be put in the systems of those financial institutions, of those agencies who are overseeing this. That requires a huge administrative resource. It's about the administrative burden that's on those who are responsible for sanction implementation or oversight. That's about the resource, financial, I don't know, human resource, knowledge. Like this, our experience that I described you in the first question, it allowed us really to be right hands-on, on the spot, because we were, by the way, I organized the first conference in the world about the sanctions against North Korea, on how financial institutions should understand those sanctions. Then we started to organize, and here in Latvia it happens every year, it's annual conference on sanctions, and we gathered the best experts to come here and to really to speak about the sanctions, which allowed our financial institutions already be very prepared. That's not the case in other countries. And again, some countries even lack the central authority who is responsible for those sanctions, which means harmonization, centralization, similar laws around the world or just in Europe, political will. That's the first one. We know that we know how different are the political situation right now in different, even European countries. And we also see that, for example, like if we speak about the far right or even just very right, if I may say so, not being political, student or ex-student or politician, like far rights are, I think they are the ones who speak very directly. We don't need those sanctions. We are just suffering from them, yeah? So if there are political, like there's no political will to support implementation of sanctions, of course agencies will not do that. And of course this is about our ability to understand that unfortunately those countries that you mentioned, Russia plus North Korea plus Iran, they're basically right now in coalition. What we did was not us, but as the consequence of what has happened during the last almost 3 years, is that basically all those, if I may say so, and then apologies if somebody will say, see it as the very, very too direct, these evil countries, they consolidate. They are right now as one, and we see it, for example, like that North Koreans are in the war with, against Ukraine, and this just means that for us, similar as, for example, like FIU or law enforcement that fights financial crime, we always believe that we unfortunately are lagging behind. We are some steps behind the criminals. And in order to really fight criminality, we need to think as innovative as they do. We cannot afford to be lazy, to be slow, and to continue this bureaucratic approach where we need this consensus that would allow us to adopt one or another decision after, I don't know, 10 months or something. Those countries are very fast.
And how can you improve innovation in such a specific area?
Renovation?
Yeah.
You mean how can we do something differently?
Yeah. Also innovation.
Yeah, I think this is this is unfortunately very, very. It requires the sense of urgency. It's felt just when we really feel that the war is right next to us. I think that's the answer. If we will not be able to withstand these I don't know fake news that sanctions, because if I'm leading right now the master thesis on exactly on this topic in SSC, which is Stockholm School of Economics here, and two students are trying to assess whether sanctions really are creating this very, very bad effect. And I think that this, I'm guessing, but my hypothesis will be that at the end of the day, we will not see so bad results as those who claim that we have bad results are kind of like creating this bubble or this very like loud noise. We have to be able to prevent on these hybrid attacks from the adversaries in the mass media and social media. We have to be able to convince politicians by real numbers. We have to also collaborate more, and my answer to everything is just collaboration will be the key to the success. If we will start lose one by one our members who really feel that the sanctions are the right response, then unfortunately I think the war will be lost.
Thank you. I have quite a few humble and specific questions, but right now the floor is yours. First of all, please introduce yourself, the name, and talk to the microphone because they are watching.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. I have 2 questions. You don't have to elaborate extensively. You just mention as, short and sweet. You've mentioned that this alliance of 50 countries, functioning for Russia. Do you think that there is some kind of prospects that we can see that for other aggressors like Israel, given the similarity of the impact they're having towards their neighboring countries, or it's just particularly to what it's, let's say, relevant for Europe, and we don't interfere, let's say, as a, I don't know, as a continent, etc., in other global affairs. And second one, I would like to have your opinion on this money laundering pardon, aspects, given that you're EU member state. A few years ago, I think it was 2019, I was part of some school provided by one Estonian organization, and way back then one of the professors that was lecturing stated that as per the latest OECD reports, Estonia was one of the top countries also as this offshore destination or money laundering, let's say, countries. And on the other hand, we have so much strict criteria and demands for the countries that want to, let's say, access the union. Is this concrete example where once you're in the club, you don't have to obey and, you go smoothly throughout the regulations? Like the example you gave that, we were not sanctioned just because we've demonstrated that we have a program how to deal with it. Thanks.
Can I ask you to introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry, once again, I'm Anna Ivanovska, coming from North Macedonia.
Okay,
Thanks.
okay. Thank you. So, 2 questions. One thing, can we use something like this against some other countries that, and I will not elaborate on my sympathies towards one or another party, but I think the distinction here is on the scale of the conflict. It's not about the Europe or the Ukraine itself or something. It's, I think, if we see the and most probably some of you who are graduates of politics might help me, but there is this distinction between international military conflict, and then there's regional military conflict, and some other, like we have those different classifications, if I may. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, again, Ukraine is the only international military conflict that we have right now in the world. That's the only one. And that's the answer. If we speak about that, for example, like sanctions against North Korea, the sanctions have been adopted by United Nations. So the source of the sanctions are different as we have the source against Russia, because most probably you know that United Nations are, sorry, don't quote me, but yeah, like you know, yeah. Okay, thank you for allowing me not to say how we can describe this situation. So United Nations were able to consolidate its effort towards the mass destruction weapons that are produced in or that they are trying to produce in North Korea. Therefore, there are those sanctions adopted by United Nations. There are, I think, right now against Israel, there are no other countries where so many resolutions of United Nations have been adopted as against Israel, again, but not against Russia, for example. And similar to Iran, you know that there were very divided approaches as to how US seen the threat posed by Iran and how Europe seen it for very many years. And this was like destruction that we had between the partners, transatlantic partners, all the way around. And right now, if we speak about Ukraine, we speak about we have to be very strict without allowing ourselves to confuse the situation in one country and in another. So that's my answer for the first question. I hope that explains why I see that this is not about our ability not to see the tragedy. It's about our necessity to be professionals. It's about not emotions. We speak about the appropriate response to the threat that has been caused by one or another country. That's one thing. Another thing about these money laundering efforts, and I didn't follow it so well how you drove from this Estonian offshore or regional center, but I might assume that that you are saying that although Estonia and Latvia, as I said, we ourselves, we advertised, we are the bridge between the East and the West, we are closer than Switzerland, even though, like, I even wrote quite an extensive research on how we came to this situation. We had an advertisement from some of our Latvian banks in Moscow, where they say, like, the person there on this ad that was somewhere on a wall near the Red Square says, "We will not tell your mother what you did in our bank," like kind of like constituting that we will be as silent as Swiss banks are, and then not being grey listed or not being anyhow sanctioned by those international bodies. And I might say, in a way, like Estonia that you mentioned as example, they had an issue with also being potentially grey listed a few years ago, but because they have this experience of ours, Latvian experience, our really hard lessons, and our also, I myself, I went to the Estonia several times to try to explain them how to really escape that destiny to be grey listed. So what they did, they quite nicely and professionally managed not to be in a trouble, but we did. And that was not just about our ability to put in place some plan or on the table some plan. It was about the ability to freeze the funds in the amount of several billions. It was about our ability to start investigations in more than 500 criminal cases against money launderers. It was about 3 closed banks. It is about us, FIU, and I myself, I was the one who, I was trying to think innovatively and what could help us. And we created the International Financial Intelligence Task Force, which we call IFIT, consisting of 25 countries. So 25 countries sat together, even during the times of COVID, to investigate the illicit financial flows in those countries. We got a prize, which was Best Egmont Case Award. Egmont is the international organization that puts together all the FIUs around the world. We got the prize for the best collaborative effort. So that's the way how we got out of the grey list. Not just because we nicely put together nice words and that it was it. So it was different. It was very, very sweaty, hard work.
Unfortunately, our time is running, so let's do that. I'm going to collect the questions, short questions, and then we're going to answer it in general. So we're going to start right here.
I will try to be in 1-2 sentences. Sorry for this. Hi, so my name is Natalia de Linos. I'm from Spain. I actually previously worked at an FIU as a sanctions and compliance analyst at an American bank. So I really appreciate you mentioning how there's a lack of kind of alignment and standardization, both inside of different countries, but also inside of the own banks system. So I guess my question would be, I would love to get your 2 cents on, first of all, how impactful different sanctions are. So, for example, having prohibited business with people or businesses versus, for example, taking Russian banks out of the SWIFT payment system? And then if it's already difficult to align in terms of our standardization of sanctions being implemented inside EU countries, how would you think, or what would you recommend in terms of getting that guideline in an international level to be applied? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
The questions, and then I will try to answer them. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Urban from Slovenia. Elizabete encouraged us to ask provocative questions, so here goes. My question would be, can we and should we weaponize corruption? I'll explain what I mean. I used to work for NATO Building Integrity, where we advised our partner countries on how to minimize corruption risks in security and defense. And authoritarian regimes have very few entry points, right? Like open societies can be interfered with in elections, through media, through civil society, and so on. We cannot really do that to that extent with Russia and Iran. But let's say if we take Russia, about between 20 and 40% of their defense budget, according to various estimates, gets lost in corruption, right? Is there a way we could ramp that up? Is there a way we could do business with Russia through cash payments, through intermediaries, elevating corruption risks? And should we even perhaps allow the Russian oligarchs or even encourage them to buy properties in France, in Italy? Because every such purchase actually drains resources, means less schools being built, less roads being built, maybe even less kinjals being produced.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. I'm David Chakarishvili. I'm from Georgia, living in Lithuania. And I worked in TI International and also the counter-terrorism group, and I was analyzing terrorism financing via blockchain technologies. And my question comes from a very real-life example, because time to time Georgia is blamed for helping in hiding sanctions against Russia. But in my point of view, I would like your advice how to cope with this situation. That sanctions, what I've read from theory and what I see, sanctions open alternative markets, which we call black markets. And it helps not only the country which is under the sanction, but the country which is in the which stays in the middle and helps those countries. So, what is your advice? Which kind of policy can help civilians and democratic country to cope with and deal with dealing with these black markets? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will try to be really short. Madar from Latvia. When we talk about sanctions, and you mentioned already that there is lack of political will, but the other aspect is that there is no support from the society, and it's lacking because there is really a huge hole in information missing. So how we can fix it? What would be your advice? What we could do to make this more transparent, and also how we would actually get information from like the same Russia about how sanctions are impacting them, because there is also a lack of information about how it's actually happening in there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elcano from United States. I want your perspective on the moral, other than the legal perspective of sanction, the moral aspect and ethical on the impact of sanction on humanitarian services.
Okay.
Thank you. And last but not least, who wants to be the last? Yeah, but he is Hungarian, so in this case, I'm gonna pass to the gentleman.
Yeah, I will try to be quick. My name is Maxim. I'm from Ukraine. My question is in relation to the sanction evasion as one of the key challenges of all the sanction regimes that are still in place, for instance, EU, US, and any others. So basically, what should be done and how we could address the issue of the sanction evasion, because as we could see, secondary sanctions in the EU are not as much developed as in the US, as well as we could see that Russia is able to, for instance, export the produce from the newly occupied territories as well as to import both to, for instance, the Iran and the Russia are importing the aircraft parts and etc. Thank you.
And just one sentence from my friend from the Carpathian Basin.
Okay, I will make it 2 or 3. I think one of the biggest issues with regards to sanctions is the lack of proper communication strategies by experts or by governments because of the language we use generally, and because of the idea of how to sell, let's say, this notion that sanctions do actually hurt us as well, but sanctions hurt Russia, for example, more. So how would you be able to sell this idea or sell this notion better or more effectively?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, how much time do we have? 2 minutes?
Maybe 3.
Maybe 3? Okay.
Or even more.
So I will just repeat the questions and I will try to answer them. So how implement different sanctions? No. On different sanctions, yeah, how okay. So of course we speak about different sanction regimes and different ability of countries to implement them. But if I understand correctly the question, we speak about the different levels of sanctioning. We know that there are the sanctions against designated individuals. Then we speak about the money that was held by some banks, and right now we know that Europe, for example, agreed that they will the percentage that was in deposits that has already been calculated as the result of the money held in the bank will be used for the benefit of restoring Ukraine. Then we can speak about the exclusion from SWIFT. So we can speak about different levels and different type of sanctions, and which would be the most important, of course, or the most effective is that we could say, let's, for example, like all the freezed accounts or amounts or funds that we have right now around the world, which are billions, would be seized, not only freezed, but and used for the benefit of restoring Ukraine. And that is something which is very popular, at least in the first months and years of the war. We spoke about this. Why those politicians are not willing to do something like this, and nobody understands. And this very much comes to the question about the communication, which allows us to understand first thing, nobody expected something like this. This tornado of sanctions is something that, I see this as politically, it is very nice, and politicians feel that public demands to do something, and to subscribe or to sign under like a list of thousands of individuals or companies. That's so easy. But when it comes to the implementation, and when you realize that, for example, I don't know, some aircraft in some I don't know, in Canada is kept under the freezing order, and you have to really maintain that aircraft, that requires a lot of money from taxpayers' money, that already becomes kind of like questionable. What to do with this? Do we really need this? Why shouldn't we like really take those funds? And if somebody will come to us and with the claim that some damage has been made to the sanctioned people, we will pay back this. But let's be more decisive. Let's take more strict decisions. And so answering this, how different sanction regimes, how impactful they are, we see that they are, but mostly we speak about targeted sanctions, about the sectoral sanctions, about these sanctions that speak about some important goods not to be delivered one or another way. But if we speak about, for example, sanctioned oligarchs or designated oligarchs, it doesn't really help us, and it doesn't really help to prevent this military action that happens right now in Ukraine. So we have to think or rethink again what to do with those assets, whether we can really seize them. If not, what else we can do? So that's my answer, if I may answer this very quickly. Guidelines on international scale. Somebody asked me. Yeah, the same. Yeah, the same question there. I think that I don't see that it's possible. So many different task forces, so many different agencies have collaborated in order to really to put their heads and brains together. Not really successfully yet. I'm leading one of the NGOs that are thinking of how to really implement the sanctions and provide such guidelines or best practices. No, my answer at this stage, no, we are not able to do something like on very, very general international stage. Weaponization of corruption, thank you for this question. You make me feel like I might become evil myself. I don't think that's a good idea. Why? Because I think that we still speak about the people of Russia and Russia and, I don't know, Belarus, whom we should help to understand that what they are doing as the country is it's not acceptable in any way, and that hurts them. To think that allowing oligarchs to buy more property in Riviera or somewhere else will make Russian people really to understand that they are in trouble. You see how innovative they were. They are exporting right now North Koreans. They are not bringing their own people. So this is very much about I think we already allowed ourselves as Europe or as transatlantic society to allow not to see that we are fooled, that we are defrauded by those oligarchs and other people. So many people in Europe had benefited from not seeing the true income of those people who are right now sanctioned. We cannot continue with this. So no, I'm sorry, I just say no. How to cope with the Georgia? I've been in Georgia last year. I was lecturing there for central bank, for FIU, for banks, and I know how stressful it can be for those agencies and banks themselves because they are afraid. Who asked this about secondary sanctions? I think it was you. Yeah. This is very much about whether we cannot get into trouble by being sanctioned under the secondary sanctions. And I saw also this, like emotionally, how it feels for Georgians. For example, like Tbilisi, the prices on property have risen, like dramatically skyrocketed. Like everybody suffers from this. At the same time, unless you will not see how close it is, this 2008 when Russia first tried its a military attack to Georgia, and then went in 2014 to Crimea, and then in 2022 to the Ukraine itself. Unless you will not see that this is about your own security, you will be there. You will continue these illicit practices as the country, and of course that's about your politicians as well. Political will. Yes, yeah, exactly. So no support for society, no support from society. Yeah, Mother asked this question. Do you really feel that no support from society is there? That
I think the situation is better, but if young people are doing their own research, like the middle-aged and older ones who at the moment are more politically active, like involved in the stuff, they don't do their research. If you don't kind of feed them information or make it enough transparent, they don't see the point. And
I agree.
Because then they vote the people for them who says like what they want to hear. And if they don't see the point in sanctions, they will vote for the people.
This very much comes together with your question about the information and transparency and all this stuff that we basically, this is this fatigue of war, this fatigue of information. We want to have good news, not bad news. And if we speak about what kind of information we receive from politicians, we have to receive first, of course, fair and honest information, then the information on the impact, which is, I believe, is not really calculated on that political level, because we see there are very, very many think tanks, very many, like you can just Google it. You will find some very prominent researches on the real economic impact to to Russian economy, how sanctions are impactful. This is there. You can find the information. Then the question is whether we have this willingness and this steam, I would say, to really to promote this, that we should continue and we should not lose this this momentum, because any time we start to think that some, I don't know, other events already are more important than the war in Ukraine, that's it. Then we will not have this society's willingness.
Thank you very much for all. Actually, it was like a quiz night. Questions and answers.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm
Merci,
sorry
sexy.
that I was not able to answer those.
Thank you.
Thank you guys, and have a great event. And I hope that you will be those who support sanctions and will do everything to implement them.
Yeah, participants, don't move and stay in your seats. We're starting the next discussion right away. In a second, but don't move.
You can talk, but you can't.
Unfortunately, we cancelled your cake.
Thank you very
It
much.
happens sometimes. Thank you.
Does it work? Yeah. So on this panel, we'll be going through the topic of steering through the war, and we will explore further the role of leaders in crisis and how leadership can be influenced and have impact on the outcomes of crisis, looking both on successful and let's say other aspects in terms of leadership in war conflicts. Here with us, we have Inga Samškonaite, who is currently serving as Assistant Director at the Atlantic Council's Transatlantic Security Initiative at Crawford Center for Strategy and Security. Inga brings substantial experience in public sector leadership with a strong focus on crisis response and regular security. As well, here today with us is Mr. Paul Taylor, a senior visiting fellow at the European Policy Center, and he brings with him deep insights into military strategy and global political challenges. So welcome here today, and I would like to ask the first question. Could you give us your perspective on the qualities of the leaders in wartime, and what are, let's say, some good and bad examples given the latest developments we're witnessing?
It's me. Would you like to go? Hello, everyone. So I don't want to be that formal. So considering that I left my apartment more than 24 hours ago in Washington, D.C., and I just landed an hour and a half ago. So I'm very jet lagged. So if I will talk nonsense, please ping me, and I will get back on the road. So it is really nice to be here. I hope you're enjoying today's sessions, and thank you, Anna, for introduction. And actually, Paul as well arrived just today together. But when it comes to crisis management, leadership, I think that one of the problems is that, a lot of leaders definitely think that, how to say in a correct way, that basically that if you do something maybe once per year, it's already like makes an effect. No, it's basically, I don't know, if you're university, you're probably writing thesis, and you will have to defend thesis, right? So basically, preparation for the war, preparations for any type of crisis is like getting ready for a thesis. So it's like constant work every single day, thinking about it. Maybe it is a silly example, but I think it's like really understandable, because when you have to defend thesis, it shows how prepared you are and how strong your thesis is. So one of the problems are, and I'm originally Lithuanian, so very much living in neighboring country, and moved to Washington, D.C. just this February. But I had this problem with my government, because I had a lot of really funny situations when even talking about such a things when preparing the shelters in Lithuania, which we don't have, we had a huge problems, because we used to come, and in my hometown, I'm very much from a hometown which has Air Defense Battalion, who has a main train station in Lithuania, and we have NATO's air policy mission. So if you learn from Ukraine, you will see that the first city attacked will be my hometown. So however, they invited me, just like, let's talk about shelter. So my former high school was like 500 meters from a train station, and they said, this is the one. I said, no, it's not the one. You have to constantly work, and you have to think. It's not like just put like some kind of check, mark, and be like, oh, look, we did something. We put, I don't know, the sign, and now we have things problem solved. No, it's not the case. So I'm not sure how much you're following Lithuania in general now, and this year it's really big here in Lithuania, and not only, of course, in Lithuania, but we have a lot of elections happening, and honestly, it keeps me up at night, because we had some interesting shifts. And why is bad? Because of how in the past 4 or 5 years, my own government, we're working and solving all the crises we had. COVID, we had Belarusian migrant crisis, we had Ryanair, which was forcibly landed in Minsk, we had China and Taiwan situation, and then we had full Russia's invasion against Ukraine, and many other probably little issues which added upon it, like on top of everything. And now, our election shows like a significant shift. Like, for example, presidential elections, we had 9 candidates, 3 of them pro-Russians. And it's hard to even believe, and I was so worried that even some of us went to vote strategically to make sure that pro-Russians won't get into the second round of elections. And pro-Russians even received more votes than, for example, former NATO Assistant Secretary General, who was the last one. So it's a really big, red signal for the government that you losing the trust, that people shifting, they don't understand anymore why it is important to win war in Ukraine, why it is important to strategically communicate about this. So we definitely, So in the parliament elections this Sunday as well, there's the same significant political shift. So why this happened, and why I'm giving Lithuania an example, just because I think that it's very fresh and I'm really like close to this and I just can express it better than other probably countries, but it's either there's no communication and building trust with your civil society, and this is like one of the main issues and the problems and the lack of when it comes to when we're talking about leadership during the crisis management. It's either you, like in my government perspective, it's either you jump into the conclusions and scare people, or you don't communicate. Even our prime minister refused to talk about some of the crises and give a comments, and people were panicking in the country. So you shouldn't do that. So basically, I'm gonna wrap him up. So I just wanted to give like really like latest examples from like my own country, but you know, we have a plenty of issues like when I now see in the States. So I'm not even talking about this when it comes to elections in the United States, right? It's definitely crazy, but so for my perspective, so I will wait for Paul to hear from Paul, is when it comes to good leadership, strategic communication and building a trust with your civil society is one of the main things our government should focus, because without that, it's really difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you, Inge. Well, hi everybody, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me. Good to see you all. I'm going to take the question from the other end and start by saying, what are the qualities that are most important in leadership in crisis and conflict? And then I'm going to try and see how we fit that matrix on one or two leaders, current or historical. So, I tried to jot this down, and I don't vouch for the order in which I've done so. Number one, I think, is an absolutely laser focus on your objective. Number two is communication ability, the ability to communicate to your public. We were talking before about how perhaps the most effective wartime slogan ever was invented by the British during World War II, which was "keep calm and carry on." And that is so effective, and you see it perhaps in the people of Kyiv today, you know, that despite the rockets coming in at night, they get up, they go to work, they go out to play, life goes on, and people are keeping calm and carrying on. Let's hope they can continue to do that. I think a good leader has to have personal courage and be able to demonstrate that courage. Obviously, President Zelensky would be a perfect example of that with his famous line, you know, "I don't need a ride, I need ammunition." You need also to have the morale, if you like, the positivity. You have to actually believe and convey the belief that you can win, and not be, as it were, an analyst as a president, because it would be so easy, and we do get some politicians. President Macron sometimes is a very good analyst of situations, but you say, wait a second, you're not there to analyze, you're there to lead. You've got to have decisiveness, but decisiveness nevertheless listening to advice, working within teams, the ability to delegate, the ability to build teams. You know, that's where many authoritarian leaders fall down, right? President Putin, for example. He has authority, but does he listen to advice? Can anybody tell him the truth? Does anybody dare tell him the truth? And if he hears the truth, does he believe it? Who's giving him the truth? And that's where democracies have a huge advantage, I think, you know, historically, if you look back, over autocracies, is that in autocracies, the leadership often gets disconnected from reality because people don't dare tell the truth. I think authenticity and the ability to establish an emotional connection with your publics is really important in a leader. Sometimes more important than giving them facts and figures is to give them a narrative that they can believe in. I think that a leader needs to be trustworthy, has to have integrity, be dependable, accountability, you know, take responsibility for the fuck-ups as well as for the successes. And that's where somebody, you know, like a leader who has other qualities, like Boris Johnson, who you might say, well, he was very good at the sort of emotional connection and narrative stuff and so on. But he was absolutely hopeless at that, you know, because everybody knew he was a liar who would blame anybody except for himself for anything that went wrong, and plenty of things went wrong. So then you have to this kind of mixture of empathy and empowerment, leading from the front. This is something that, you know, Israeli leaders in particular, you know, it's no accident that many of the Israeli prime ministers were previously generals. And this idea of kind of leading from the front, which again comes back to courage, and comes back to, you've got to be able to ask people to do things that may get them killed. So you've got to somehow show that you would do these things yourself, either because you've already done them, that's the former generals, the former commandos and so on, or because you've displayed your courage in public. I mean, Zelensky was never a soldier, as far as I know, but he displayed courage at the critical moment. And then, you know, somehow you need to also be able to embody the public feeling, maybe. And then there's another thing, you know, you've got to be able to think outside the box, because people will come to you with all sorts of conventional ideas about we should do this or we should do that. And you need to be able, Churchill was very good at this, that he would sort of think, well, why don't we go and hit the Russians, hit the Germans somewhere that they're not expecting it? You know, we'll go and try and stop them in North Africa. And he was constantly keeping Hitler guessing about where he was going to do what next. So that, I think, is important as well. The ability to upend conventional wisdom. Finally, I think a leader has to understand the balance of power. So a real, an awareness of reality. That goes back to other people telling them the truth. You see this with the way that President Zelensky is maybe managing expectations about what can be achieved, and beginning to make clearer to Ukrainians, not straight out, but in different ways, that maybe they're not going to get all of the territory back, or at least not initially. And that's important. You know, if you don't understand the balance of power and you just plow on, you can lead your country to disaster. So there's a few thoughts. Think about them, those criteria in relation to Zelensky, in relation to Putin, in relation to Olaf Scholz. You know, here's somebody who said the right thing at the right time. The Zeitenwende speech was a great speech, but it was only a speech, really. And then he wasn't able to build the team, organize, delegate, and actually drive that agenda through, if he ever wanted to, if he ever intended to. So, you know, that kind of persistency of leadership in following a goal was something that he didn't achieve. And President Macron, he kind of declared war and then went out to lunch.
Okay, thank you very much for your detailed answer and explanation, and giving, let's say, wider perspectives. Leaders don't function in isolated manner, so we are all in some kind of systems. So my next question will be about the role of the civil society and the governments in terms of, let's say, supporting the leadership in war or crisis time, or imposing challenges to these profiles. And can you share any examples or thoughts on this matter? Thank you.
So of course, thank you. Is it working? Okay. Thank you, Anna. So in general, I never worked in a government, first of all, so I'm always was like a civil society person who used to try to knock to the doors of a government, and I faced challenges. it takes time probably for government as well to understand why civil society is beneficial for them. And I remember actually in one of the times when we worked on one of the policy concepts, I was standing in Tallinn waiting for a lunch, and next to me was one of the ambassadors from my Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I pitched him idea, invite civil society. And he said like, no, it's not really like a good thing. And then he did, and he invited me. And I remember just like seeing him writing the notes, because civil society sometimes do more than the government. And and civil society, when it comes to the leadership, and we have so many like organizations from human rights to support to Ukraine and etc. And some of civil society can help prioritize as well areas which maybe our government don't prioritize. And it's very beneficial to work and to cooperate because civil societies as well as a tool to work and to implement your policy, because you make a policy for a civil society as well, not only on the paper. And in general speaking, sorry, I a little bit lost my thoughts, so I'm sorry about that, because I wanted to say something important. But yeah, so even from my own perspective, right, and even like looking at such organizations as NATO, we as well inviting civil society to work and to contribute on things. But as well, we are now in Riga, and just this August we celebrated our 35th anniversary of a Baltic Way. And it was the time when the civil society went outside and just joined the hands and made a change, which you can see until today. So this is the power of civil society. And why I'm really focusing on the Baltics, because we are in the Baltics, and I know that you are coming here from very different countries. And in general, we call ourselves like the border countries when it comes now with the situation with Russia and aggression and the hybrid threats coming from their side. But in general, looking from our history, our people, our civil society went outside, they did the movements, and we changed. And as well, of course, there's sometimes some examples, maybe not successful as it is, but leaders are scared of civil society in some kind of way. Let's look at the Belarus, right? So we had elections, like coming back to elections in 2020, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya and Lukashenko, and Lukashenko wins, and then civil society goes outside, trying to make a movement, trying to fight for their rights, and then what is happening? So Lukashenko is basically, how to say, killing some people, sadly got killed, and so many people still in the prisons, so many people fled the country. And while the change was not possible, and I remember I talked with Svetlana's office just like this summer, you know, he's scared of civil society. He was shooting down the women's rights organizations in Belarus because he was scared of like further movements like the one we had with all the women going outside all in white and showing the power, but, you know, using maybe this gender as well, how to say, visualization. If you wear white, you won't hurt us. So there's good and bad examples, but, you know, when it comes to authoritarian regimes, and let's look even in Russia, let's see what's happening with Alexei Navalny as well. Authoritarian regimes are scared of civil society because civil society are capable of a lot. So in democracies, that's why it is important to work with civil society, because you can make changes, because civil society can make changes. Support for Ukraine, how many civil society organizations and initiatives are actually pushing and reminding government and everyone else that war is still happening and we still need to support Ukraine. What is happening in the world? We're raising the questions, we putting the movements and etc. So this is really important work together. And you know, when it comes to civil society, I'm not sure what are your backgrounds and what are you doing, but for example, when it comes for a policy analyst, and I don't know what is a policy experience, but I know from my experience, we didn't really want to let us in that closely to the government work. But in 2021, when we had such huge hybrid attacks from Belarus and Russia, actually we started to work really closely together to see the issues, to analyze the problems and seek for the problem-solving ways and steps together. So, because we saw the benefit of it, because we can bring some different perspective and some different view outside bureaucratical, you know, all the constructive work. So yeah, I'm not sure if I answered your question, but I will give it to Paul now.
Thanks, Inga. Well, you said some of the things that I wanted to say, but I won't duplicate. But I think, first of all, look at Ukraine. The role of civil society there has been extraordinary in plugging the gaps, in keeping social cohesion, and in you know, Ukraine it's a whole of society war effort in which civil society plays a huge role, whether it be as medics in the field, as volunteers, as soup kitchens feeding the troops, as people transporting soldiers, as people looking after displaced persons. All of these things, the state was in no position to manage all of these things. And so many of these functions have been taken over by civil society. Civil society has crowdfunded some of the weapon systems and some of the most innovative, the drones and so on. Civil society has got together also in extraordinary ways to use their IT skills on behalf of their country in cyber defense and in cyber attack against Russia. Civil society has used the extraordinary power of collective brainwork to come up with incredible innovative solutions to military technological challenges. So that's within Ukraine. Outside Ukraine, I mean, I think it's fair to say that in Poland, civil society was hugely important in the reception and integration of the Ukrainian refugees who arrived. The government was kind of overwhelmed, and you know, they were so politically focused on other things that a lot of my Polish friends tell me they didn't do very well. But civil society stepped up, and that was an extraordinary success story. You know, they had like 3 million people come into Poland, many of whom stayed, and they managed, you know, nobody went hungry, nobody went homeless. It was an extraordinary effort of civil society. Now, in our non-war societies, I would say civil society, as you said, has the role of keeping the Ukraine cause front and center of politicians' attention at a time when not because they don't support Ukraine for many of them, but because simply their attention span drifts away. They're looking at what their constituents need, how they win the next election, which is what politicians do. And so civil society does that too. And when we as in think tanks, yes, we're part of that. We're speaking truth to power, just as good media should be, good independent media.
Okay, thank you. For the next question, I would like to continue from Paul. You've tackled upon some of the aspects, but I would like to ask about the influence of the political country and the context that some country can have versus the expectation that are demanded from the leaders and the leadership. Can you give us some different examples? And Inga will follow, of course, with her answer as well.
Well, let me take the COVID pandemic perhaps as an example rather than the war this time, because it's a different kind of crisis. And different publics, because of their national political culture, expect different things from their leader. So For example, at the beginning of the COVID crisis, President Macron of France goes on television from his office with the gilded walls behind him. The national anthem, le président de la République, and he says, "Nous sommes en guerre. We are at war," he says. And he, you know, this is a kind of channeling his inner Napoleon, because that's what his voters expect. And he says, we will do, he didn't say whatever it takes, he said, we will do whatever it costs to keep society running, to keep the economy running. Now that cost is coming home to roost. Now, that would have been wholly inappropriate in Germany, right? Konrad-Adenauer's country. Angela Merkel, first of all, she wasn't on television very much. Macron was on television every 5 minutes. So was Boris Johnson. Angela Merkel, well, she's the chancellor of a federal republic. She can't do very much herself because healthcare, it turns out, is a prerogative of the federal states. So she has to be the chair of finding a consensus among the prime ministers of the 16 federal states. And then, when she does go on television, what does she say? She tries to be the reassuring mother of society, saying at the end of her broadcast, take good care of each other. Passen Sie gut aufeinander auf. And that was extraordinary, because that was just the right tone for Germany. The Germans would have been scared to hell if she'd gone on and said, Germany is at war. Oh, not again. No, never again. Nie wieder Krieg. And so, you know, in different ways. Now, Boris Johnson tried to channel his inner Churchill. He's always been fascinated by Churchill. He thinks of himself, he looks in the mirror, and he measures himself against Winston Churchill every day of life, I think. He wrote a biography of Churchill, which was really an autobiography of Boris Johnson. But to me, Boris Johnson was like a pantomime Churchill. I mean, he would do things like, he would go on television and tell you that you should wash your hands for as long as it takes to sing the national anthem. And then he would sort of do it. You know, he'd be there rubbing his hands and saying, God save our gracious Queen. You know, and this was a man who was a clown who'd been a very good television panelist on comedy shows, but was manifestly unfit to be a prime minister. So different countries, different expectations, and you have to meet those expectations. I don't know what the expectations are in Lithuania or here in Latvia, but I think that thing about, and you know, think American president. My fellow Americans, I speak to you tonight. You know, the Oval Office, the resolute desk, you know, Harry Truman's desk. The buck stops here. And again, people expect their president to show authority, but in America, again, health is very decentralized, in fact. And the guy that people really trusted was not, of course, Donald Trump, who was, you know, worse than Boris Johnson. Johnson at least more or less followed the science. Trump was constantly fighting against the science, encouraging people almost to disbelieve the science. Remember that he encouraged people to inject themselves with hexachloroquine, what was it called? That sort of voodoo recipe. And the guy that people trusted was not the President of the United States, it was the Surgeon General. Remember that doctor, the sort of elderly doctor? Dr. Fauci, absolutely. You know, who would you trust? Whose advice would you follow, Donald Trump's or Dr. Fauci's? You know, and so different countries, different leaderships, and different leaders, some of them failing very badly.
Thank you. Inga, would you like to share an example for the Baltic states, or we move further?
After Paul, it's quite difficult. But I think that I can just add and say that probably, you know, that all your examples, because I was listening to you very in a fascinating way, but all the singing and all the examples. But in general, leadership is not as well about your background, that, you know, you're coming from actor, doesn't like Zelensky, right? Everyone is like slapping him because he's an actor, but he is now the biggest example for every single leader. So, and as you mentioned, right, expectations can just, you can put big expectations for a leader, but it doesn't mean that he will meet just because he has like 50 years in the government. It doesn't mean that you're a leader. It makes, as Paul mentioned before, a huge work to put this, to work out this balance between like your characteristics as well and your connection to the public. Because, you know, it's very interesting with the Donald Trump that you mentioned, just because during this election year, I had a really great opportunity as well to watch debates with, like, have a pre-debate event with Republicans, and I went to watch debates with Democrats. And it was really interesting because I did everything in one evening. And it was very interesting, you know, to listen to expectations, what they do expect. And then I went to watch debates with, like, with Democrats. So what people, like, this is like a huge difference because people just love as well Trump as like some kind of personage, right? Like some kind of, not as maybe as a leader, as a president, but because he's straightforward, he is funny, he is ridiculous sometimes, he's not scared to say what he thinks, and people buy it because people love it. And on the other side, Kamala, she's like very much as well continuing Biden's rhetorics, and this is what people don't like because we see Biden as like a person who should go to the, I'm sorry, but to the nursing house, right? Because this is like the way people see now the United States of America, and we don't like that. So it's like, again, what makes a leader. Sometimes expectation doesn't mean that, because you have a bunch of experience in the government doesn't mean that you will be a great leader. And if you'll be coming from, I don't know, being a clown or being an actor or being a singer doesn't mean that you can be a leader.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think that the jury's still out on President Biden. I think history will be kinder to him than the American public, I think, currently is. First of all, his management of the economy, but also his performance during the war. You know, you remember I talked about the ability to build coalitions, and I think this links to the next question. You know, when we look to the future, when we look to how do we manage things? No country, not even the United States, can manage these challenges on its own. And so the ability to build and hold together a coalition is incredibly important. And, you know, I cite two American presidents in particular. I think George H.W. Bush, George Bush father, when the momentous events of the fall of the Berlin Wall happened, he is constantly in consultation with other leaders, and he is building a coalition and making sure that the West, in as much as possible, speaks with one voice. And he is at the same time sending reassuring messages to Mikhail Gorbachev. Don't worry, we're not coming for you. We're not trying to attack the Soviet Union. We don't want to see your country collapse, and so on. Also very important, he was faulted by some Republicans. Some on the right felt that he was too soft on the collapsing Soviet Union. But the result was that he, as a leader, managed that extraordinarily difficult transition in Europe with minimal danger and casualties. And Joe Biden, when first of all, he did something which was very unusual for an American president. He released a lot of intelligence information publicly to tell people what Russia was doing and to prepare them for the fact that Russia was going to invade Ukraine. Some European governments either didn't believe him or didn't find it convenient that he was saying it in public. He did this. He then created this circle of leaders whom he regularly held video conferences with to give them not only the latest intelligence information, but also to coordinate with them on their response. And he enunciated a policy which was understandable to the public, which was, number one, Russia must not prevail. Number two, we will give Ukraine the support it needs to defend itself. You can argue about whether they've done enough. And number three, we will not start World War III. And it's in that sort of gap between principle 2 and principle 3 that all the doubts and the risks lie. How far, if they arm, how great a risk is there if they give more arms to Ukraine and authorize them to use them in a more unrestricted way? Are they risking World War III in a direct confrontation between Russia and NATO? And, you know, as I say, the jury of history is still out on that. We don't know the answer to that question. I was on the day after the Russian full-scale invasion started, I was on a conference call with some people in think tanks, and one of them, who's a former candidate for the US presidency, said, World War III has already begun, it's just that we don't know it. And I was arguing that we should give support to Ukraine, but not risk World War III. So he responded to me, World War III has already begun, it's just that we don't know it. I think the jury's still out on that question, but that's where political leadership is so crucial in making those judgments.
Thank you. Inga, to follow up on this, any other lessons that we can take from the current situation about how can the leadership be better prepared in crisis, or how the leaders can prepare the institution for the next crisis, beyond the great example Paul gave about making coalition, being transparent, and inform the public about the ongoing developments. Any insights on you? And this is the last question, and then we're opening up for the questions from the audience. Thank you.
Yeah, so just a little comment as well on these coalitions, right? So I constantly trying to put to some of our leaders in the heads, but you shouldn't that publicly, bravely talk about the future president of United States, because by the end of the day, you will work with United States of America, not with Trump, not with Kamala, not with Biden. So just on that as well. But to add on Paul's thoughts, I think that, besides as a leader qualities, what is important is to work hard every single day. I'm coming to the idea, it's not work hard, but to make sure, because during that time of crisis, every single person, every single institution has the role. And now, when it comes to government, sometimes government don't put maybe exact and right and clear plans for it, or don't present these plans to its different institutions. This is like the same problem in Lithuania. This is the same problem to many different countries. I'm talking, of course, from my perspective, is when you coming as like the think tank, because think tank as well has a big role during the crisis. And I remember till 2023, and a year after the full invasion of Russia, I remember my former job, at the Eastern Europe Center in Vilnius, as well a think tank, we just heard from government, here's what is your role. So it's a little bit maybe too late to think about it. It's constant work. So I think it's as well have a plan and mobilize civil society. This is what's important, to try to include in a really smart way civil society into your work in a crisis management. I'm not saying here we go, we open now Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Defense, and come and share their thoughts. No, for example, with my initiative at our MFA, we're trying to as well to include civil society special working groups so we can actually work and advise our government when it comes to some kind of like human security questions and policies, because civil society works on a lot on that. And there's so many organizations that you have to mobilize them somehow them as well. So I think that being as a leader, you always have to think as well strategically and have a plan and know how to mobilize your civil society, your people. I had the chance to go to Quantico base, which is like Marine Corps base, and do some common briefing training, which was really great perspective because I had to lead my team through different obstacles. And it's the best probably example because sometimes as a leader you have to pick really hard choices. Sometimes you have to risk to lose one or either 5, or maybe sometimes to save all of them and risk none. So being a leader is a tough thing, but you have to think strategically, because when it comes to let's see that in the military, the commanders have to think strategically. So every single leader in a government, doesn't matter if it's coming international level, forming coalitions, or internally, domestically in your own country, mobilizing civil society, has to think strategically, because now it's more, for me, what I see is, here we go, I have initiative, we do it, check mark, let's come back maybe after 2 years or maybe during the election period, because let's be honest that some of the things as well are used as a tools for elections, and this is not a good sign of equality. It is well about talking but not actioning. So I think that this is really important, besides what Paul mentioned, and many, many, of course, other. I think we already covered
many aspects. Thank you very much. Okay.
Hello, I'm Małgorzata Zachia. I'm from Poland, and thank you for your comments. My question is actually related to Poland. So just yesterday we had the anniversary of the parliamentary elections that were historic. There was over 70% of turnout. And my question is kind of how to keep the movement going, because the people turned out to change the government, because after 8 years of more right-wing parties and many crises that we encountered throughout those years, we wanted a change. So the people showed up, the party was elected, now we are 1 year after, and quite a lot of promises were not delivered. The kind of key promises on a rule of law, kind of bringing people to justice, abortion, I don't know how much you follow Poland, but plenty of things over there. And if the trust in the government is kind of falling, and it keeps constantly falling, in Poland it's quite low historically, how do you keep the movement going, and how do you keep the people motivated to act? If they don't, for example, if they don't see the change now, will they show up to future elections as much as they did?
Sorry, is this for Paul or for you?
Both. Okay. Both.
Any other?
Hello, thank you for discussion. It's really interesting. My question is connected to something more with the changing times. You mentioned many great leaders, like, you know, from USA, from here, from Europe. But the leaders you mentioned are kind of like more connected from previous century, and we are in a new century, and the society which is growing up and is already like in their 30s, a little bit different. And also the qualities you said of our leaders were more qualities from the leaders we used to know. What would be the qualities you think the new leaders, which are in coming years, which qualities they would need, or which qualities they should adopt for the future generation, so they are still like quite sympathetic for them and still successful in the same level when we talk, for example, about Churchill? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alberto from Italy, and I wanted to make a question and offer a different perspective, because this question was for a certain level already answered. But the other day I was reading The Prince of Machiavelli, and I was thinking, okay, what happened if the leader has to make a decision that is an unpopular decision, but is the right one. And Machiavelli gives a straight answer, that is, whatever it takes, don't lose popularity. So even if it is the wrong one, just go ahead and don't lose power in your state. So my question is, what's the response of the good leader in this case? Thank you.
Jean-Claude Juncker had a wonderful saying that we all know as leaders what we need to do, we just don't know how to get re-elected after we've done it. And that's I'm glad that Machiavelli was cited, because he's not a 21st century person either. And as a 20th century man, I think we can learn from history, and there's some constants about leadership, and there are some constants about power. Machiavelli also, if you remember, said that for a leader it's more important it's better to be feared than to be loved. 21st century is a much, much more horizontal century, in which power is much, much more diffuse, because everybody has an opinion. With social media, everybody can share their opinions, their hates, their loves, their likes, their thumbs up and thumbs down, with zero entry price. So the media, which I worked in for 45 years, is no longer the sort of priestly class that is there as the intermediary between the public and the news. Everybody is it's a flat earth, and therefore truth and untruth increasingly are equals in the information space, and that is frightening, because it means that there's a constant battle for the control of the narrative. So I think in that horizontal world, civil society is even more important, and leadership connecting with civil society to try and help people to understand truth from lies, to be able to read information and absorb information intelligently. And remember, we're now in an artificial intelligence world where when you see a TikTok video of somebody talking, you don't know whether it's that person. And if it is that person, you don't know whether that's what they really said, or whether words are being put artificially in their mouth, and so on. So it's incredibly difficult for people to be able to trust information. What you see in all of the opinion surveys is, regardless of what country it is, trust in the political class is going down. The institutions that are still trusted are the ones that get less discussed on social media, like the courts maybe. So leadership is much, much more difficult. The other thing about leadership that's much more difficult is the 24/7 news cycle, and the fact that you have to be constantly reacting, constantly responding to the latest headline, to the latest breaking news. If God knows what Churchill would have, forgive me for going back to Churchill again, but I know, I am a 20th century man, and Inga's going to give you a 21st century answer after this. But imagine what Churchill would have done in a 24/7 news environment, where he was having microphones pushed under his nose all the time to react to the latest breaking news. Churchill was a guy who would disappear for 2 weeks, and he'd go off. Nobody would know where he was, and he would be in a ship somewhere in the North Atlantic having a conference with Roosevelt, and then the news would come out that they'd had an agreement on an Atlantic Charter for how the world would be sort of governed after the war. And this was in 1941, before the United States had even entered the war. So one of the things is to have and to try and always enunciate a vision for the long-term future of the kind of world we want, of the kind of society we want, even as we're in the middle of the mess of battle, the fog of war, to have this vision of the future, of a city on a hill.
Thank you. Maybe Inga, you would like to tackle a bit the Polish elections, given the similarity of your society, and address that. matter before jumping to the other questions?
Yeah, thank you for a question. So for questions, actually all of them are so great. And so when it comes, this is like a really difficult question you asked, and Paul left this for me. And I would love to hear your perspective as well. But it is a huge problem, and I have no idea who has an answer to that. It's basically a problem without an answer, at least from my perspective, because when it comes to as well like elections and the movements, you can see, some kind of huge, I don't know, popularity of the movement, people joining, it's like the beginning, and then it's just naturally people dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping. And this is like the same, it's like the same with Ukraine. Like, do you remember the movements in the first half a year in 2022? It was crazy. Thousands of people. And now, for example, in Lithuania, when I used to pass Cathedral Square, you see 20-ish people still fighting for this. I don't have an answer for that. I can be just very basical. I can just give you a basic answer what I did, because I wanted to give up so many times when it comes to trying to connect the government. Please hear me out. I can help you. Let civil society in. I wanted to give up so many times, but I still have like some kind of movement in myself that I still have to go. And I think that as far as a couple people are still moving, I think it's good. But when it comes to elections and it changes, it's the same. Like our government, for example, Lithuania, our elections and how people are active dropping 1 year, and this year actually it's raising. Because why? Because people were unhappy the way government run through the crisis. But I think it's just like very natural thing. I'm not sure if Paul would add anything on that, but I just don't have an answer to this. This is like a question that bothers me as well. But if you want to add,
he's changing his mind.
No, I don't want to duck the Polish question, because it's a difficult one and it's an important one. I think the thing is, as we know, this government in Poland is a coalition, and it doesn't have all of the power. And there's a presidential election coming up next year, and it's partly being cautious in the way it acts because it wants to get the whole of the power first. It wants to win the presidential election first, and before it does that, it can't get its ambassadors appointed, some of its judges appointed, and all of the things over which the president has a veto, including the legislation on abortion. The problems with abortion are within the coalition, as you know, themselves. So I think you've got to keep on keeping on, and you've got to turn this really to the presidential election, and somehow get the message, let's finish the job. And I think that let's finish the job is a powerful message. You know that, I'm going to go back to Churchill one more time, then you'll kick me out. No, not the guy that talked about Churchill, not that one again, no, and he's still banging on about Churchill. My father was a soldier in World War II. He took part in the Normandy landings. He came home from the war and he voted Churchill out, like millions of other people who had fought in the war. Churchill was a great war leader, but now, we've won the war, now let's win the peace. And that's kind of the message, I think, for our Polish friends is, let's finish the job. And I think that that's a message around which a lot of people ought to be able to unite. That would be my best guess as to how you keep it going.
Well, thank you very much. If there is no other question, I think we should conclude and be mindful of the time, because there is a panel that is following after this. Inga, Paul, thank you very much again for being here today with us and sharing your expertise and point of view. Very much appreciate. I want to thank you on behalf of this group of future leaders.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe we can open the windows and go out for 5 minutes, because there's no air in here. So if you would all kindly
At the moment, like in Texas, now we have right to school, like next week we have workshops. So yeah, we do a lot.
Whatever you want. Yeah, and we'll like share information.
You are from Lithuania.
Yes.
I know you from the University. We have met several times with you. I'm going there. So,
I'm so sorry.
Yes, it was several conferences you have presented. And also, as I know,
Really?
I was so happy when I saw you.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is so cool. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you. So I wanted to ask about the Lithuanian elections because the second part is coming in like a week or a week and a half.
So now that I think that 5% of people are active, like last year, it was like a little bit
I think the voter turnout was 4% higher than
yes, it's really like a tiny, but it's so big difference, and especially like Lithuanians, like in farm countries, yeah, we're really active, but. This is like what I say. This is like the natural thing, you know. When you sometimes why I give 2 rounds because people come in and then the second hour I don't talking about the second one. And this like elections, I can like every single election which we had this year, I'm panicking. Like I talk to my friends and I really used to vote strategically. We didn't want to have a prime minister, but
we also moved to different regions to vote for, because the vote in Warsaw doesn't really count, so we went with the kind of ballot which you can vote somewhere else to kind of get rid of the people from those districts. So
yeah, so basically I don't believe it. Maybe because people hate conservatives now, so far right, I really do believe like this is a major hate, and we still yet, thanks God, it's in the second position because the first one.
But the difference is very small in the first place.
So social democrats are winning now, but you have so basically you will be like the main ones who will be in parliament and they will bring some coalitions like probably maybe liberals or the farmers. Yeah, something like that. I know that it's still like very shady, but many conservatives just hate them, and I think this is like something
okay.
because our defense minister, he's super popular, but he's against our former prime minister. So I think that maybe this is like a little one to change and destroy more political parties. Am I a fan? I'm not very a fan. To be honest. But, yeah. I don't know.
I'll be
That's my question. That's my questions. So
I've gone through them.
Yeah, I told it. That was my motivation. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Motivational speaker. Can we start or let's wait? We should wait. Okay. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we analyze that fact that we are one last guys between you and the final dinner, but as a wise man said, security first. So it's my honor to moderate this discussion. Can NATO endure 21st century geopolitics? And our speakers are Professor Julian Lindry-French, who is the chairman of Alpha Group, and also Brian Whitmore, who is the senior fellow of Atlantic Council. And I'll try my best to ask questions which will not be easily answerable for two main reasons. In respect of our brilliant speakers, professional and academic backgrounds, give me this opportunity, and all the answers will be brilliant gem for my dissertation. Okay, questions will be like that, real life fact, and then comes question. 2017, WannaCry cyber attack and Russia's interference in cyber attacks in Western elections. Sometimes there is articles about the Russian interference in USA's election. What do you think? How resilient are NATO's founding principles in addressing modern, non-traditional security threats like hybrid warfare, cyber attacks, and also disinformation campaigns? Please.
Thank you all, David. Lovely to be here, and I'm not sure I need that. Can you all hear me? Oh, you have to do your recording. Very good. Yeah, very good. First of all, I have to plug my very new book, called The Retreat from Strategy, co-written with General Lord Richards about the defence crisis in the UK. Now, why is it relevant to you? Well, first of all, it's brilliant and very reasonably priced. And modest too, that's right. But I wouldn't hold your breath if you want the Brits to defend you going forward. And that's a kind of important message for this session, because NATO is only its nations. That's it. NATO is its nations. And if the nations don't step up, and with America distracted and overstretched in the Indo-Pacific, that means that Britain, France and Germany, who are sort of 75% of all defence investment in Europe and 90% of all defence research and technology in Europe, if those three are not stepping up, then we have a real problem. The problem with no disrespect, David, your questions, the answers are yes, no, sort of, no, yes and no. The issue of resilience, and I've just chaired a big NATO conference on that last week, is that these are, first of all, Article 3, not Article 5. They are nationally led, and so much of efforts to counter, for example, Russian hybrid warfare, whether it's disinformation or destabilization, cyber attacks, you don't know about. For example, my country has an air base called RAF Leeming in Yorkshire, where I come from, actually. I'm a Yorkshireman. It has this amazing cyber offensive capability. So when the Russians try and fry us, we fry them back. We just don't talk about it. So every time that they try to inflict a cyber attack on the UK, we inflict an attack on them. And that's the language Russia understands. So that's a national effort. Of course, it's with GCHQ and our intelligence services and with the United States. We are the two primary agents for countering Russian hybrid warfare. And they pay a price. And they know they'll pay a price every time that they attack. So NATO's founding principles are principles. They're sound. And what we want NATO to do is organise the collective defence and deterrence posture of our democratic nations. But much of this, what is effectively resilience, is done at the national level, much of it at the EU, growing levels of EU-NATO coordination, Article 3, and I'm relatively optimistic about that.
Yeah, no, I would agree with everything Julian said. And I would just make a couple of comments about you. I wholeheartedly agree that resilience is a national matter, right? NATO is only going to be as strong as its member states, and it's only going to be as resilient as its member states. And if you have different threat perceptions in different parts of the alliance, who see different things as threat, here in Latvia, in the Baltic states, yeah, you see Russia as the threat. Yeah. Southern Europe sees it differently.
Absolutely.
And so this is part of the challenge. It's not really a resilience problem, but it's a problem of kind of getting a consensus in the alliance. And part of it has to be countries in the East have to understand that countries in the South feel a different threat perception, and countries in the South need to understand that countries in the East feel this kind of a threat perception. But speaking a little more conceptually, and Julian, I'd be interested in hearing, as somebody who worked at NATO, what you think of this. It's something I've been kind of batting around in fora like this. Expanding the ministerials. I mean, NATO has defense and foreign ministerials. Why not expand that to include interior ministers and finance ministers? Because the hybrid threats are coming in a lot of different non-kinetic areas. Now, this raises almost a philosophical question, right? Because you would say that's not NATO's mission. NATO is a military alliance and it does military stuff, right? So does NATO need to kind of shift its focus and broaden its focus to have a more non-kinetic aspect to it? And this gets into the nature of the challenge we're dealing with from Russia right now. I just published an article on this a few months back in the National Interest on Russia's strategy of capture. This grew out of a talk I gave in Berlin back in September that looked at this kind of escalatory ladder of capture that Russia is deploying largely in the former Soviet space, but not exclusively. And it begins with social capture, and the main weapon there is disinformation, right? You have social capture. So I'm sure you've seen the propaganda in Georgia, right? Aimed at certain elements of Georgian society. If you join NATO and the EU, then I don't know, you're going to be overrun with gays and lesbians, as if that's a bad thing. But that works. That captures segments of society. Russia is very good at pinpointing fissures in society where they can drive a wedge, and I call this social capture. But that's not the only thing they're doing. You go one step up the escalatory ladder, and you get to what I call elite capture. And the main weapon in elite capture is corruption. It's basically weaponized, instrumentalized, and securitized corruption, right? Using all the murky deals that flow out of the Kremlin into the former Soviet space and beyond to ensnare elites and get a captured constituency. I'm not going to mention Gerhard Schrader by name, but although I just did. But that's elite capture, and these things are happening in tandem. They're not happening separately, right? And then you go the next level up, and this gets to your country, which I use as an example of state capture. Yeah, no, I mean, you have state capture, where elite capture is so successful, it captures the state. It captures the state. And only when all of those three forms of capture that are below the kinetic level fail, then we go to the highest level of capture, and that's land capture, and that's what we're seeing in Ukraine, right? Now, back to NATO, which is what we're talking about here, is NATO equipped to deal with these different kinds of capture? Should NATO be the one that deals with these different threats? Or should this be handled at the national level? Should this be handled by the European Union? Or should there be a non-kinetic NATO, you know, kind of a parallel NATO that deals with these? I'm not going to pretend. It's called the European Union, but it doesn't include the North American countries, but yeah.
Although I said that as a Brit, so I don't say it anymore. Sorry.
But these are this is the way I would address your initial question, and I'm raising more questions than I'm answering here, but I think these are questions that are worth addressing.
Good questions.
Let me specify more now. I would like to bring your focus on NATO's Article 5. John Mearsheimer, Henry Kissinger, Stephen Walt. Three very reasonable and trustworthy IR scholars wrote down that checks and balances theory came from Europe, but still NATO blocks in itself the military elements. Plus one real-life fact, during the 2014, the annexation of Crimea by the Russian side, first time ever they utilized little green men, unmarked soldiers. And the question, very specific one, comes from here. Is NATO's Article 5 doctrine still tenable in the face of hybrid threats like that, unmarked soldiers, or we need to change something there?
The answer is yes, in the sense of Russia didn't attack NATO members with their little green men. Ukraine's not a NATO member. Second, this is an intelligence-led war, and frankly, we're better at it than they are. So there's an awful lot that you don't know that's happening around that. You know, NATO has a declaratory role, which is you cross the border into a NATO country with kinetic force, you will be met. But there are other mechanisms like Five Eyes, for example, which shares a level of intelligence that not even the NATO Secretary General has the right to see. I think that's crazy, by the way, that the NATO Secretary General cannot see the same level of intelligence as the Five Eyes members, Six Eyes these days with Japan, increasingly important member. So we're constantly monitoring this stuff, and we're constantly responding to it. And the reason that Russia has gone down this route, precisely because it cannot afford a direct confrontation with the alliance at what the alliance is still pretty good at. So it's trying to, as Brian rightly says, systematically identify vulnerabilities and exploit those vulnerabilities. Now, unlike the Russians who talk about it because they need to show that they're doing it for their own domestic consumption, as I've said, we counter them with our own methods and own mechanisms, but that doesn't in any way negate the fundamental principles of NATO Article 5 or Articles 2, 3 and 6, which taken together mean that any state that actively seeks to threaten and attack a NATO member in whatever way will either trigger the response of all the allies or trigger a consequent management effort in support of the affected ally. The key issue here is something that I think George has suffered from. George has hoped that, the same as Ukraine, that partnership is sort of membership light. It isn't. Partnership with NATO is not membership light. NATO members are afforded a level of support from each other which is unheralded for partners, and I think that's the important distinction to make.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, if the answer to this question is no, we could just pack up and go home, right? I mean, like, if Article 5 is no longer viable, then there's no NATO. So we have to assume that Article 5 is viable. Now, the question I have, and this all kind of grew out of this hybrid threat world we have been living in for the last decade or so, what constitutes an attack on a member? What does that mean, right? Was the SolarWinds attack on the United States, which was carried out by Russia against the United States, against our critical infrastructure? I could make an argument that's an Article 5 violation. Now, I don't think President Biden was going to do that. Right? And I don't think NATO was going to go along with it if he tried. But these are questions we need to start thinking about. And Article 5 doesn't automatically mean we're immediately in World War III, right? You could have different. Article 5 was invoked after 9/11, the only time Article 5 was invoked. But is a cyber attack an attack? And if it is, well, then what kind of response should the alliance take? Or should that be left to the individual country? I mean, in the case of SolarWinds, it was left to the United States, and we did it. You know, we responded. But these are questions we need to ask. Conflict is not just kinetic now. And again, this gets back to and these are issues I've been grappling with, but I don't have easy answers to these things. I don't, Julian. I'd be interested to know what you think of this. Actually,
I think it's spot on, Brian. I mean, you have to ask yourself, for example, why was the capability that Putin thought he had in February 22 not the capability he actually had? Why did command and control go so very wrong? Why were there all sorts of problems with logistics? It wasn't by accident. They were screwed up by a whole range of activities, which is part of it's a hybrid war, it's not a hybrid surrender. We're not, for the last 10 years, sitting back and saying, oh, the Russians are attacking us again, oh, what a shame. They're paying a price for this. And if you look at the history of the Cold War, the West is very, very good. And the Americans and the Brits in particular are very, very good at this. So part of Putin's problem is that he also got affected by our countermeasures. You might say it's a nasty world. It's a nasty world. Get over it. If you're dealing with the likes of Putin and Xi and the likes, you've got to have this mentality when going into a struggle of the kind we have today. So yeah, Brian, I mean, I think, you know, NATO, not everything is done through NATO.
Right.
And that's the essential point. Our nations, particularly the more powerful ones, NATO has a role to play. But I'll be blunt with you. If, for example, the worst happened here and the Russians in some point decided they were going to take the risk and attack the Baltic states, the United States wouldn't go to NATO. It would go to its core allies. And we would respond first. And then it might go to NATO D+60.
Right. I'm reading Bob Woodward's book right now, which is fantastic. To get in kind of behind the scenes in the decision making as the war in Ukraine was breaking out. And you're right, Biden didn't go to NATO. He went to Macron, he went to Scholz, he went to Boris Johnson. He basically got the core allies on side, and then went from there. So again, it doesn't always have to go through NATO HQ in Brussels, right? But again, I still don't have a clean answer to this, like how we should treat cyber attacks in the future, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the effect which is the measure. If there was a cyber attack that destroyed critical infrastructures to such an extent that the state could no longer function, and then, as Stoltenberg said 2 years ago, that could be conceived of as a cyber attack, therefore don't even, as an Article 5 contingency, therefore Russia don't even think about it. So far, cyber attacks have been occasionally disabling, occasionally disruptive, but they've not been existentially catastrophic. Partly because we could do the same back. And it's the new kind of deterrence. What's really at stake here is the redesign of deterrence, in which I'm currently involved with both my own country and NATO, where we're reconceiving of what exactly is it we're deterring, across what spectrum, and what is the escalation of activity. So hybrid warfare, in its information format, is the lower end of an evolving spectrum, going right up to military confrontation. So it includes cyber, it includes conventional military force used in small-scale attacks, large-scale attacks, and ultimately nuclear. But the idea, the old idea of deterrence, where it was conventional military force on one side, nuclear force on the other, well, that's gone. It's now responding in kind to a much more granulated concept of deterrence, which our nations are involved in.
Along the lines of deterrence, though, should we be, and it's a question that I honestly don't have an answer, don't know the answer to, but should we be articulating more clearly that yes, this would be an Article 5, this is the threshold in which this would be, or should we stick with the strategic ambiguity that we've been having?
We are having those conversations with the Russians. So they are taking place. They just don't take place very publicly, for a host of reasons. One is not to scare the horses. But those conversations do take place. There's a hell of a lot of back channel between Russia and the Western powers. The Ukraine war has...
Even now.
Now. That's actually intensified it.
Yeah.
And I have very firm views on the extent to which we can support Ukraine, we the West, and the likelihood of Russia getting something out of this war. Because we are lying to the Ukrainians. And let me be blunt about this. The word in NATO is that we've given 90% of what we can give to the Ukrainians. That we're not in this war for however long it takes. That we're not prepared to go to the point where Ukrainians can expel the Russians from their 2014, let alone their 1991 borders. There will be a negotiated settlement. That's the grubby way that European history works. And I'm pretty sure that part of that grubby settlement will be, one way or another, that Russia gets Donbass and Crimea. Now, that's uncomfortable. Public leaders don't want to admit it. But there's not the slightest evidence from the work I've been involved in that our leaders have anything like the ambition or the resolve to take on Russia over this. So it's the rest of Ukraine, what's left of it, would come to the West. And the strategy would then be, because we Europeans have to pay for 70% of reconstruction, because that's the deal with the United States. They're paying 70% of the military aid. We give 30%. That would flip for the post-war reconstruction. And the strategy would be that as the quality of life in what is left of Ukraine, without the 18% the Russians have got, that it would become like East Germany and West Germany during the Cold War. That it was very clear to Russian speakers living in the east of the country that life is far better in the West. But there's not going to be a military determination from Western powers, including the United States, to help Ukraine get those countries back. Yeah, get those oblasts back.
I would agree with that. I don't like that, but that is sadly the reality.
Yep.
And also I would add on to this, and I know this because you hear things in Washington. There is a genuine fear, and I don't know if it's shared in European capitals, but it's certainly palpable in Washington with this administration, that if we are too successful in defeating Russia, then that itself is dangerous. There is a fear of victory syndrome in the Biden administration, fear of nuclear escalation, fear of the conflict metastasizing and spreading.
Yeah.
And that has kind of put them in this conundrum. Again, Woodward's book kind of fleshes this out really, really well in terms of conversations that Sullivan and Biden and Blinken had about this, saying, well, if we do too well here, that raises the risk of nuclear escalation or the conflict metastasizing. So you have this fear of victory that's in there, and whether or not that is wise, I'm gonna take a pass on. Because I don't have the responsibility of.
But I don't think any Europeans believe in the theory of victory against Russia. What is it to defeat Russia in this sense? We're not going to drive into Moscow, and the Ukrainians certainly aren't. I mean, the Russians have a long war culture. So unless we're prepared to sort of maintain a frozen conflict in which thousands on both sides are dying indefinitely because neither side can prevail, then I would suggest to you that once the US elections are over, we will see a diplomatic démarche. Now, does that mean that the conflict with Russia has ended? No.
No.
But it might stabilize the Russian-Ukraine. Because the danger with Western policy right now is we're just giving the Ukrainians enough to die. We're giving them enough to fight the Russians and die in large numbers because of it. But we're not giving them enough to prevail. And the Russians simply want this more than we do. And that's very clear.
Now, on the broader question, I mean, anybody that's read Gerasimov's famous article knows that Russia sees itself in a permanent state of war with the West. And we don't see ourselves as being, or at least broadly speaking, Western societies don't see ourselves as being in a permanent state of war with Russia. And that works to Russia's advantage, right? Now, there is a yearning for returning to business as usual with Russia in, I think, all Western capitals to a degree. I mean, the Biden administration came to this administration I support, but they came to office wanting a stable and predictable relationship with Russia. Russia doesn't want a stable and predictable relationship with anybody, right?
That's how the regime maintains power.
But I think part of the problem here is that we are looking at this period of the 90s as like, this was the exception, right? And that was somehow the norm, right? Because we have a generation now that was raised in that environment. And that environment where Russia was a partner, remember that, right? That was the norm? That wasn't the norm. That was the exception.
I mean, look at the people around Putin, Kadyrov, Shoigu, Patrushev Sr., Patrushev Jr. These are hawks.
Kovalchuk.
Yeah, these are people who, Patrushev Sr. in particular, he despises the West. And it's their whole culture of that regime is to maintain power by holding the Russian people in thrall, that there is again a threat from the West. And until we change, the regime changes, I can't see any return to normalization.
Thank you very much. I have one more question about Russia's deterrence to our respected speakers. So we see that one and only value Russia appreciates its power. And from my point of view, that's why China and the United States of America are still the best deterrent power against Russia, because time to time those two countries demonstrate its power. And that's good from my point of view. But we have this historical fact that after the annexation of Crimea, NATO launched forward presence program in Poland, Baltic states, and we heard a lot of authorities from NATO said that it is the most and great power not to give Russia to move on in Europe. But still, we see that Russia makes crimes against humanity in Ukraine. We see the growth of Russian influence in Georgia, unfortunately in Moldova, and we see what's happening in Ukraine, and Russia grows its influence also in all Caucasian region. And some of the mentioned countries want to become the part and members of NATO. What do you think? Question comes that what do you think current approach of deterrence and dialogue from NATO is enough, or NATO should demonstrate the power also?
Well, I mean, I feel sorry for countries like Georgia, Azerbaijan, and that whole Caucasus region, because you're in between countries. By the way, Turkey's a player in all this as well. But we're not going to give you membership because there isn't the will in Europe in particular to go beyond current memberships of the alliance. You know, look at the characters, FSB, SVR. They play dirty. Russia's policy is to destabilize all its so-called near abroad, including here, where possible, but not to take on NATO nations directly. Now, would the Russians, are they deterred by NATO military power? Yes, they are. There is still sufficient NATO military power to do that. The big weakness in NATO deterrence is the growing overstretch of American forces in the Indo-Pacific, the Middle East, the Arctic, and Europe, and the growing and the underperformance of European powers. Now, if you look at the military strategy and the core document of defence and deterrence of the Euro-Atlantic area, the DDA, the essential problem is that to offset American overstretch, Europeans need to be able to field 50 to 60 brigades of land forces plus appropriate numbers of aircraft and ships. Really, and these are high readiness forces. At the moment, Europeans can put together 20 to 30. When I had a meeting last week in London with a very, very senior official who should remain nameless about the British Defence Review, and the figures that the government is working on do not add up for NATO. Britain is meant to deploy a division in 30 days and 2 divisions within 60 to 90 days as part of SACEUR's regional plans. There's not a hope in hell that Britain can do that. And on top of that, the phrase that this official used was that NATO then has to become more realistic. Well, that's euphemism for saying we're not going to fulfill our commitment to NATO because we're a nuclear-armed island and no one's going to touch us. Now, SACEUR can have a wonderful plan on paper, but if the forces and resources from the major nations are simply not there, you know, the British nuclear deterrent costs the defence budget, according to this official, 25% of the GDP of the budget, defence budget. In fact, it's a bit lower, but that's what the figure he used. That means that although Britain spends 2.3% of GDP on defence, we only spend 1.7% on our conventional force. The nuclear force has no role other than to deter at the nuclear level. So we're actually spending below all other NATO members who spend 2% on what really matters is deployable conventional forces. And that means that we're not really pulling our weight, just giving the impression we are. The same goes for France, and it definitely goes for Germany, which is, frankly, laughable, the state of the Bundeswehr. Zeitenwende, I call it Zeitenwas. It really didn't change anything, just a lot of hot air. So if these 3 nations, which are the key nations, because America is a global power, Britain, France, and Germany are the key nations, if they cannot get their act together to meet what they've already committed to under NATO obligations, then the alliance is in trouble.
Yeah, and in this atmosphere, let's face it, we got an isolationist attitude in the United States right now. People like me are not in the majority in the U.S. right now. A couple weeks ago, I went up to Philadelphia to meet up with a bunch of old college friends, and they were all, why do we care about Ukraine? What does this have to do with us? There's a real isolationist strain. There's always been this isolationist strain in U.S. politics. The Cold War was the exception to that, right? Again, and it's coming back, and it's coming back with a vengeance. And right now it is personified in Donald Trump, but it is going to be personified in somebody else in the future. And I wish this were not so. I would love to see a world where the fever breaks, and the consensus that we had during the Cold War would come back. But I don't see that happening in the short term. I want to kind of, I don't know if this is pushing back or just kind of engaging on the issue of these, what I call the gray zone countries, where you say Georgia's not going to get into NATO. I think there is an emerging, it's not a consensus yet, but there's an emerging strain of thought that says that having gray zones is dangerous. Having gray zones is destabilizing in wider Europe, right? And I think sooner or later, these countries are going to have to fall on one side or the other of this normative conflict that we find ourselves in right now. We've lived with these gray zone countries and we're basically talking about Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova, right? Maybe someday Belarus, but that day is not today, right? Sooner or later, and I think you're right, what Ukraine controls at the end when this war is over is going west. I believe it's going into NATO, and I believe it's going into the EU, and I think that is inevitable. Georgia, big question mark, right? Lots of that's going to be determined in 2 weeks' time. Moldova, a little bit less of a question mark, quite frankly, because of geography, but I don't see these gray zones persisting beyond this period of hot war in Ukraine. I think there's an emerging consensus that these are, and we're going to have to decide. And the Georgians are going to have to decide. They're going to decide with their votes in a couple of weeks. And, you know, as Stalin once said, it's not important how they vote, it's important how we count. So, I don't think we can continue with these gray zones. It is destabilizing on Europe's frontier to have these gray zones. Yeah.
No, just a quick word on that.
Very briefly, I mean, going back to this notion of consensus, the Cold War consensus was very strong. Now, why was that? I'm reading a lot now also about the origins of the Cold War and that period, how this consensus was forged, how this transatlantic consensus that transcended left and right on both sides of the Atlantic. Can we reforge that consensus, right? How much of that was driven by a fear of communism, which is easily demonized and vilified in the West, right? It's kind of harder to get people riled up over a kleptocratic, autocratic Russian regime. I'm trying. I'm working on kind of marketing on this. I'm labeling the Putin regime mafiaism. This is the new label I'm trying to put on this, and I'm kind of like trying to systematize this and say, what is mafiaism? Well, these are the 7 tenets of mafiaism, and I did a piece for the Bulwark on this. But I don't think we can, even around that, I don't think we can forge a consensus. So we are in this normative conflict in which the Western side of this, the liberal democratic Western side of this, is having a really hard time forging consensus around the need to do this, because once you have that consensus, the rest is easier. The 2% is easier, right?
Yeah, I mean, on those two issues, Georgia, from my contacts in government, not just British but French and German. By the way, the crisis of the West is in Western Europe. America, but mainly Western Europe. There's not the slightest chance that France, Britain or Germany would be comfortable with Georgia being a member of NATO and having Article 5 protections. And look at the debate over Ukraine's eventual membership inside NATO. Again, not comfort on this. And unless we can get these 3 nations to get serious about this, and that leans over into your point about isolation in the US. The American taxpayer has a right to expect that Western Europeans do more, a lot more. We've free-ridden on the US for decades. And I think if the Western Europeans really want the Americans to stay as the guarantor of European security, given everything else it has to do, Europeans have to do a hell of a lot more, particularly Western Europeans.
Thank you very much. So, 2 last questions. The first one is that NATO's involvement in conflicts like Afghanistan and Libya has been heavily criticized because of lack of clear and dynamic aims. After years later, magazine Le Monde, President Emmanuel Macron de France called NATO brain dead and called the European people to find themselves in strategic autonomy. Now the question is how NATO should consider people and give the examples and why we should say yes when the question is why NATO is necessary for the modern security architecture?
I mean, I've always been skeptical of NATO out-of-area operations, Julian. I don't know what you think, but I found that era of out-of-area operations. NATO exists to protect its members in the North Atlantic area, right? And it does that job very well when it focuses on that job. So no, I don't think NATO should be going out of area at all. We have other alliances in the. I know one of your questions is going to be about China as a threat to Europe, so I don't want to anticipate too much. But like, we have perfectly good alliances in the Indo-Pacific that can take care of that. To the extent that China threatens European security, well, yes, then that's an issue for NATO. But until it does threaten European security, I did not think NATO should have been involved in Afghanistan. I just don't, I'm skeptical of out of area. I think NATO does one thing and it does it really well, and it should focus on that one thing.
I mean, I agree with that. When I was David Richards, my co-author. David was COMISAF in Afghanistan, and I worked with him in Kabul and Kandahar. And look, the story of how NATO got trapped in Afghanistan is a classic European story. 12th of September, the day after 9/11, we declared Article 5. And then the Americans wanted to do a counter-terrorism operation. That was it. They wanted to go in there and just, boom, Bora Bora. In fact, you know the British SAS had bin Laden cornered and were asked to withdraw to let the Americans take him, and they lost him. That was a mistake. But the Europeans insisted at the Bonn agreements that they would only go into Afghanistan if they did state building, with absolutely no idea of the history of Afghanistan. My family, for various reasons, does have an experience of the history of Afghanistan. So we kind of, the Brits kind of knew this. And therefore, we started off this strange, complicated effort under a NATO flag with the United States UNAMA, the UN mission to Afghanistan, and a host of other supporters, where we tried to turn Afghanistan into a functioning state, even a functioning democracy. And I went on first contact missions to talk to Pashtun leaders down near the Afpak border. And is it that we need to influence the Americans because they're so central to our security and defense effort? That's how it works. And I'm afraid when President Macron, with due respect, and Paul lives in Provence, he knows him well, it's just French grandstanding. The more, because the French aren't prepared to put the money where their mouth is. What they really want is the German taxpayer to fund the French defense industry. Why not call it that?
But do you think that this discussion about strategic autonomy, and I agree with you on its merits, but if that gets Europe to spend more on defense, then that's a good thing. You can call it Steve or Bob for all I care.
Yeah,
you don't have to call it strategic autonomy,
this
right?
This will sound like a Brit speaking, but it is. But it's because it's French. And you speak to Poles or Dutch or Italians, they simply don't, they think this is French grandstanding. If there was a genuine post-Brexit alliance of Europeans as opposed to CSDP, maybe. But the fact that it came out of Paris, almost every other European nation goes, oh, here they go. The French are grandstanding again. And they might have a point, because I actually think they do have a point in terms of ambition. But
and there are genuine fears that the Americans aren't going to be there, given the volatility of our politics at the moment, right? So this has kind of focused minds in Europe, no?
It's led to an awful lot more talking, but not much more doing. And that's Europe's eternal problem. We talk too much. We do. I mean, we hold conferences. I've grown old attending conferences like this. Wonderful, where we talk about things should be done. But they never are. And so what does it take? What will it take for Europeans to really get serious about these issues? And what I fear is what it will take means people in this city suffering, and I don't want that.
No, and one more point on the out-of-area business is like, Europe's got its hands full with a big aggressive power to the east right now, and to the south.
And one last question, and I would like to start with Brian. Okay. What if we wake up on the 6th of November and the Make America Great Again will sit in the White House? How do you see the large-term commitment of NATO and cooperation with Donald Trump administration since his reports and criticism about the European countries and NATO member countries? They asked that these countries 2% GDP did not meet NATO's requirements. But actually, from the global point of view, how you see the NATO and Trump's administration together in global security perspective?
I'm not sure you want to hear my answer.
Oh, we do, bro.
Actually, no, I mean, I think there's a better chance than not that that could be the beginning of the end of NATO. That's my feeling. This is a pretty damn existential election we're about to have back in my country. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. There is a school of thought in Washington that the establishment will manage to keep him from his, protect him from his worst instincts. But that worked in the first term. He didn't know how to drive the car, right? It'd be kind of like if somebody that didn't know how to drive a car suddenly got a new Ferrari, right? They'd be dependent on, drivers to drive it for them. Now he knows how to drive the car, right? And now he's got kind of more intellectual heft. Listen not to what Trump says, listen to what J.D. Vance says. Because that is the intellectual leader of MAGA. And that is the future of that strain, that political strain in the United States. It's J.D. Vance. And he articulates this so much better than Trump does. And so, no, what happens if we wake up on November 6th and what we all don't want to happen happens? I'm going to be asking, Latvia or Lithuania for political asylum, maybe, and we can go from there. But no, I'm all bets are off, quite frankly.
As a European, I do. Yeah. Well, as a European, I would say we've got to learn to play Trump better. I'll give you an example. A few years ago, I was advising Downing Street on how to play him. So what we did, and obviously I'm not saying I'm responsible for this, but I think I had a voice in it. We sent one of our new aircraft carriers, HMS Queen Elizabeth, into New York. And she sailed into New York, F-35 sitting on the deck, 75,000 tons. And he loved it. He thought this was fantastic. Here was an ally sending something that was really powerful and making a statement. And I can remember there's a piece of footage online which a person was on the Staten Island ferry going past the Queen Elizabeth. And you could hear these local New Yorkers saying, "What the hell is this? She's not American." And then the white ensign was flying out from the stern, and this voice said, "Yeah, but she's British." And it meant that we were, yeah. And that's how you play him. You play him like a child.
You flatter him. You do what Putin does, but
yeah.
I just think that the utility of that is limited, right? Especially now when this time around there is much more intellectual heft behind this.
Yeah,
read Project 2025 and listen to what Vance has to say. And I'm not sure sending the Queen Elizabeth off the coast of New York is going to do it this time.
As long as we back it up with other meaningful things. And this 2% thing, we can actually, if we're really serious, back to autonomy, if we're really serious about defence in Europe, it's 4% minimum.
Yeah, no, I would agree.
Because Our forces are hollowed out, and they have to be expanded. And what you've got to do at NATO, if you want the alliance to survive with a Trump administration, is start playing all this up. Have a plan. Have a plan for a 3% by 2030, 4% by 2035, that kind of thing. Make yourself useful, because at the end of the day, the US gets a hell of a lot from having pre-positioned forces in Europe as well. People forget that. It's also in the US interest. So I'm not quite as pessimistic as Brian, but I do take the point that this guy is mercurial in the extreme.
On that point, I think Europeans need to do a better job of arguing their case that they are contributing a lot more than the conventional wisdom, certainly in the United States, suggests. I mean, this notion is that we are protecting Europe and they should be paying for it. Well, that's pretty damn good real estate where all those US military bases are in Germany. You get a bunch of German accountants, you can probably figure out that the US owes them money for the rent for all those bases. Ramstein Air Base, how many American lives were saved because they didn't have to go back to the US for medical treatment? They got treated in the medical facility, which the name of which I forget, which is attached to Ramstein. You will know it. But they don't have to fly back to the US and get treated at Walter Reed. They can go to a first-class hospital in Germany, right, that's closer. And that you can't put a price tag on that.
But there's a question for you, Brian.
Make this case, right? Europe has given more to Ukraine than the United States has. Collectively, the European Union has given more to Ukraine than the US have, but that's not the conventional wisdom in the United States right now.
But given the nature of the Trump base, is there anything Europeans can do to convince that group of people that America hasn't won everything? I mean, I was talking in the car. I was talking in the car, but I had a wonderful exchange with Tom Hanks recently. I know Tom Hanks for various reasons. And he just made this program with Spielberg called Masters of the Air, about the 8th US Army Air Force. And in fact, if you watched it, you think the Americans won the air war in World War II. They were less than half, well less than half of the effort of the Royal Air Force. Yeah, it was really, really, but we didn't get a look in. It's like we weren't even there. And I said to Tom, I said, well, did you not realize that it was a team effort, that you wouldn't have achieved the objectives without your British partners who were involved in the same campaign? And he said, yeah, I knew that, but we had to make it for an American audience. And I would love an American leader, and it certainly won't be Trump, to be more honest that America needs allies. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah.
Thank you very much. The formal hard talk is over. Now, stage is to my colleagues. If you have questions for our respected speakers, I will be happy to serve.
Hello, I'm Madara from Latvia, so the local one. Going back to the start of the conversation, one of the first questions was actually about the war in Ukraine. And you said, like, from the back channels that obviously after elections in USA, it's probably going to be peace treaty with the consequences of Donbas and Crimea being given to Russia. Taking account that in NATO countries, there is quite divided opinion about what should be the consequence of the war. Don't you think if the peace treaty will be with these kind of, let's say, these kind of rules, that it could actually start breaking up the NATO? Because some countries will feel like that other countries is giving up, and knowing the pattern of Russia, will it not just give it enough time to build up again their power to actually create the war or like move war to NATO land? So what is your both opinion about that? Thank you.
Well, the Quad.
Just sum up another question. Okay, another.
You've mentioned the need to get rid of gray zones in Europe, but where does that leave countries outside of Europe? And what do you do, for example, with India that does not want to take a side with either the West or the alternative?
Shall I respond to the... Yeah? Okay. The trouble is that the Quad which is the US, UK, France and Germany, they're the ones who think it's heading towards some kind of armistice, like a North-South Korea. It wouldn't be a peace treaty as such, but it would be a cessation of hostilities, and therefore a frozen conflict, whilst negotiations go on over many years. Now, the problem with NATO is it has 32 members and 4 that really matter. The Southern Europeans are quite happy, the Italians in particular, the Spanish, with the position of the Quad. The Poles, the Baltic states and others are less happy with it, but with due respect, they lack the influence to change it. So that's just the reality of how NATO works. It's about the relative power of states. And the further west you go, the less willingness to maintain this kind of level of commitment of war. As regard to India, India is a kind of idiosyncratic power. It does deals with us, it does deals with the Russians. Modi is a complicated character, depends who's in power in New Delhi. The problem with India is China. That's their real concern. Now, India will never be a great power in the true sense of the word because its bureaucracy is a disaster. It's what holds India back, is the nature of its bureaucracy. And what India wants is the space to focus on its own development. And that means staying out of big power conflicts. But you can always do deals with the Indians, as we've done in recent past, the Russians have done, but you'll never own the Indians. And so, for understandable reasons, historical reasons, that's the way you have to approach them.
Yeah, when I was speaking of gray zones, I was speaking of Europe. And India obviously isn't in Europe. So, I mean, India is a different, as Julian just articulated, India is a different, I mean, the global south is a problem, and India is kind of an avatar for the global south, which has, I don't want to say sided with Russia in this conflict, but their anti-Americanism is so pronounced that it's becoming pro-Russianism in a lot of ways. And I watched an interesting discussion with a Brazilian analyst, an Indian analyst, and a South African analyst kind of about this, and my own conversations with particularly Indian diplomats in DC about this. They don't feel like they have a dog in this fight. They don't have a dog in this fight. And they say, look, you told us we can't buy oil from Iran. We didn't buy oil from Iran. You told us we couldn't buy oil from Venezuela. We didn't buy oil from Venezuela. We got to buy oil from somebody. And I said, all right, what about the weapons piece? Because your weapons purchases from Russia is really propping up their economy. And they said, well, we'd gladly buy American weapons if you stopped selling them to Pakistan. So this is a whole different kettle of fish right there. What I would say is we have a messaging problem in the global south, a big-time messaging problem. I had a conversation in Stockholm with somebody from the Swedish Defense Ministry about this, about the difficulty articulating to the global south that Russia is a colonial power, because they still see Russia as an anti-colonial power. And this is a big, big messaging problem, right? Colonialism is, let's face it, something that Europeans do to non-Europeans. It's not, you can't have an inter-European colonial situation, which I think is inaccurate. You know, you have the saltwater fallacy. You have to cross an ocean to be an imperialist power. Well, no, you don't. You can be a land-based imperial power as well. I've just been commissioned to write a report for the Swedish Foreign Defense Ministry about this, making the case that Russia is in fact a colonial power. And I think it's a very, 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 very easy case to make. I don't think I have to convince anybody in this country or this city of that fact. Oh.
Thank you very much. That's very kind. Thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you for the absolute honor.
Honor for us.
Okay, thank you.
Once again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. So now we are heading to Andalusi Suns for a discussion and a networking event. If I could please ask you to take the glasses and cups once again and put them on that table, and then we need to run because they're waiting for us. So thank you so much.